Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday night. We've gathered here together again for more Umineko. How was your turn to die earlier? It was good. It actually, I think I had mentioned my first stream of it was only like an hour. I got actually a bit more deeper this time, and things definitely have picked up. It definitely feels like it goes. It's like a Danganronpa game at the quickest pace. It's so fast. I think that's obviously because it's a lot shorter and smaller scope type thing. So things just happen at a lot more pace is the best way I would describe it. But it's been interesting. It's been an interesting 3 hours so far. And I think it has chance to get pretty exciting. So, Umineko. We're definitely gonna have to recap what happened last stream because I don't remember. Also, at the extreme risk, I'm definitely not calling anyone out. I'm absolutely not one-guying anyone. I just want the record to show that even if it doesn't seem like it 100% of the time, and despite, I'm balancing a lot of things. I'm balancing the reading of Umineko, the streaming of Umineko, the enjoying of Umineko. There are so many things. When I load up the stream and I go into the Umineko category and I load up the game and I have a million things that I'm like paying attention to, and there's other things I'm playing. It's not like I'm just reading Umineko every day. Despite all that, just know that it's not like I'm just reading the words on the screen and then just not comprehending anything or actively trying to think about anything, all right? I want it, despite what it might seem like sometimes, I just want it to be known to whoever's watching that I'm not just like a complete blank slate wall that is just reading the words on the screen and then being like, I refuse to comprehend anything or theorize about maybe what's happening or whatever. Do not get it twisted. It feels to insinuate potentially otherwise. It feels a bit of an insult to me, which is fine. I can take it. And I will play the dum-dum reading Umineko, whatever. But if I'm not, and there's the thing is, if the way I am enjoying these streams and this series and Umineko as a whole is not your cup of tea, your cup of black tea, then I'm sorry. Go watch someone else play the damn thing. Again, I say this, I'm not calling anyone out. I'm not one-guying anyone. I'm not gonna hang up on it because it truly does not affect me as much as it maybe sounds like I am. I just want to make it clear that I just want anyone who's possibly listening or watching me do this, that it's not like I'm trying to be ignorant as I'm like playing this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I'm trying to have fun. I'm just, to be honest, what probably is a problem is that there's a lot of, because I'm reading it and you don't see the times when I'm off stream thinking about Umineko, there's maybe like a thought that I'm like, there's like nothing in between my ears right now when I turn off the stream. And also like, I'm not constantly talking about it because when I turn the game on, I have to progress something. I take a lot of pauses and shit, but I have to also like move forward. there has to be some pace, and I admit that doesn't. And because I'm playing a bunch of other things and everything, like I was saying, I'm not. I don't want to don't get this part twisted. I'm not. I keep saying that. It's not like I'm actually heated or perturbed or anything, honestly. And I also am very open to criticisms, whether they be minor or major. Because I read whatever. I'll read whatever. I'll take any criticisms. I don't care. I'm just doing this as a hobby. But I'm just saying, The one thing I want I want to set clear is like, it's not like I'll talk about the actual comment. Let me load up the game, and not the actual comment that the person left, but the criticism, right? Or not even criticism, because honestly, I could maybe be taking a comment the unintended way, right? But I think it was something along the lines of like, how do I put it? It was a comment I made a few streams ago, I think, at some point. And I just said like, and again, this isn't, see, I opened myself up. Don't go looking for the comment. Don't go looking. Don't go. I don't need people or anyone to go, I don't know, reply to it or something. That's definitely not my intention. But it was some kind of comment along the lines of like, I had made a joke. It was mostly a joke where someone was like, said like, oh, if you don't understand, if you haven't figured everything out by this point, then the game is going to start giving you the answers potentially or whatever. And something along those lines. And then I had said in like response, I was like, well, you know what? If there's like things that I haven't felt like I've figured out at this point, like I'm totally fine with the game giving me the answers. And then the comment was something like, something, the game keeps telling you that if you don't think about anything, then it's not going to give you answers. And then it was like some quote that I don't know if it was an actual quote by me or not. I don't know if it's a direct quote because I didn't bother to actually go listen to my own words because I hate the sound of my voice. But apparently I said something along the lines of like, I refuse to think and I expect the game to just give me the answers and reward me or something like that. And I'm just like, it seems like you're taking my sentiment out of context a bit and like kind of twisting what I was kind of intending to say. I mostly just meant to say like, I'm not going to stress if I don't feel like by the end of episode 6, I've solved everything and I'm the best person who has ever read Umineko on the goddamn internet. You know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying like I refuse to think, I refuse to rub some brain cells together, I need to be spoon-fed by the story. I'm not saying any of that. You know? I'm just... And it sucks. Because here I am. It sounds like I'm defending myself. But I know I don't need to defend myself. and it's gonna sound like I'm just... the one comment is able to just like set me off or whatever. But honestly, it's not that much power. Anything. I overthink everything. Like, that's just my personality. So, the comment has not won anything. That's my brain on anything. And that's why I read any kind of comments. Because some are good, some are not great. Whatever. I don't care. That's why I do what I do. But, that's how my brain functions, right? So, I'll overthink everything. Doesn't matter. It goes back to the beginning of the series. Remember? It was, the one comment of the person being like, oh, it feels weird that you're reading the words. Even when it's voiced. And it's going to take you forever. And of course, that was a whole big thing at the time. So, I just, again, not defending myself, just more explaining myself here. I feel the need to explain myself. There's times off stream you're not hearing my 100% Umineko thoughts. Or that I'm like, just turn off the stream and then I'm not. I don't process anything else ever. Rant over. Sorry. Sorry for, and again, sorry, indulge me as I do a semi-half rant. Thank you. I appreciate it. And that's the other thing. I don't say all that. I appreciate the comment. I don't say all that to then have, like I said, don't want people to go find the comment. Don't feel the need to have people be like, they're in the wrong, you're totally right. Like, I don't even need that. I truly just want to explain myself. And also, that comment, maybe I'm reading too much into it. That's because it's just words on an internet page, and so the intent could be misconstrued by me, whatever the case is. I'm just saying, if it was to be a jabbing type of comment, I would just say, let people enjoy things however they want to enjoy it. If it was very not intent to be jabbing, then carry on your way. It was just, maybe it was more just like jokey, and which, again, totally funny, then understandable. I hope you're enjoying the streams then, sir or madam. I just allow myself to get absolutely one commented so easily, and I apologize, but that's just, like I said, how my brain processes anything. Content creation is hard. Sure, I agree. I agree with that statement in general. I shudder at the thought of what my streams are. I know you're just saying it is in general. But I shudder and squirm at the thought of anything's. I always say my streams I hate looking at as like content. I hate that I sit down on a Saturday night to read Umineko for several hours, and it's like, oh, I'm creating content. I mean, I guess I know technically that's what it is, but I just don't look at it like that. But in the truest sense, yes, it is. It's a thing that I am creating that is content. It is a package of a video that is technically content, and I technically am the creator of it. But I had to log in early tonight so that I could leave some time for me to defend myself unnecessarily. Exactly. Like, I can confidently say, whether this is maybe a good reason for it or not, I probably would not have started Umineko. I definitely wouldn't probably have stuck in with it. I would not have been reading Umineko if I wasn't doing it on stream. If I wasn't still streaming after all these years and stuff. And that's because of a multitude of reasons. I wouldn't have been able to feel like I was stuck with it. Probably wouldn't have even come across it in some ways. All those different things. Came in with such... Oh, excuse me, God. Sorry, that's gross. That was a slight burp. I'm doing the coffee thing again, and I think coffee sometimes makes me burp, so I apologize. So came in with such negative energy. I hope Saturday has been great. We gotta recap. In some fashion. What do you... God, because I'm conflating, or like mixing up like Tuesdays and Saturdays, because I know what happened Saturday. That was bodies were found. Yes. Erica still was refusing to use the detective's authority. Okay. Erica tried to turn the adults against the servants and managed to, maybe. Oh yeah, she willingly admitted that she knows that it was not the servants, but she was putting that thought into Kraus, Rudolph's, and Hideyoshi's heads, I believe. The three of them. I think that was a thing. I feel like I just remember, was it when Battler was... Has Battler still just kind of been setting up the whole... everything? Let me see. Even without the text authority, it's possible to control human nature to this degree. What do you think, everyone? Rudolph and Hideyoshi looked at each other, because I remember they had guns, they were just walking around. Plan to tell Kraus-san what I've told you. Hey, what's up? Oh, seeing you reminded me. I should say this. I should put this on video record. No Umineko on Tuesday night. I'll be busy. I'll think about rescheduling what we normally would do on like a Tuesday to be to do Monday or maybe Wednesday night. But I haven't decided on that. I just know I can't do Tuesday night. I'll be out. So I should say that before I forget. I probably wouldn't be able to watch this, so secretly happy. There we go. Works out. Works out. Alright, what the hell was happening? What the hell happened on Tuesday? What is... I get through doing a 10-minute rant at the start of the stream, being like, I'm thinking about everything. And then I'm like, alright, what happened on Tuesday? Such a bad look, dude. Such a bad look for me. I guess they did a lot of thinking about how they could have done the closed rooms, perhaps. It's likely that one of them is a culprit or has been assisting the culprit. We should split them apart and have people with guns keep an eye on them. Great. Alright. I'm just going to assume... I don't think Tuesday's stream was very long is the thing. You know what I mean? If I go... Let me check lengths here. Looking at the archive. It was just like 2 hours. It was a shorter one, yeah. Maybe it was just 2 hours of nothingness, you know? Maybe I just I just stared at the screen and watched the words go by. All right, let's pick it up. We're fine. Maybe it'll come to us. Maybe it'll come to me. It doesn't need to come to you guys at all. But maybe it'll come to me. Think we found out. Oh yeah, good point. Yes, Battler was the 6th person to fulfill the first Twilight. He was the sixth and final death. And that was when I had said, that I felt something might be crazy, or not crazy, but that might be like a super obvious, I don't want to say red herring, but like intentional misleading potentially by the Game Master Battler. It seems too likely that there's some kind of shenanigans going on by him. I don't know. In the list of things Battler's potentially trying to do here, I feel like we already seen that he's done things like moved her room far away from the rooms where the deaths were happening, murders, things of that nature. I think Battler is ready to just pull out all stops to try to just trip up Erica in her attempt to beat Battler. Also, I think I reconfirmed, I think on Tuesday, talked about how I posted that, dude. The funniest thing is I took that clip. So I took that clip of me dressed up as Battler and talking about Beatrice or whatever, and I took the clip and just for fun with no context, I put it on Instagram as like a story thing. And it's very funny because very few times I'll do this. And like my Instagram account is very much like normies who don't really know what I do on like maybe like a day-to-day basis or anything. They have like no context. And so it's very funny to like just post that there with no context and just the type of comments that I would get like, that more than one person thought like I was legitimately like choked up or crying during one of the sections. And I was like, I thought it looked pretty obvious that I was like stifling, like holding back laughter. I had many people being like, who the hell is Beatrice? And I'm just like, where do I even begin, man? And then a good friend of mine, she was asking me like, she was like, what is this? What? And I was like, slowly like trying to explain it. And I wasn't trying to go full details into like everything about Umineko, because how the hell do you do that? And she's like, tell me about this thing. What is Umineko? What is it? And I'm like, I slowly started like trying to explain Umineko to her. She was so confused. But I was like, hey, you can, we're up to like part 70 something at this point. If you're like bedridden and you just feel like listening to my voice for, I think at this point, like over 150 hours, you can just start at part 1 and catch yourself up. But I think she thought it was funny. But yeah, I just posted that clip there just to say, sometimes you just gotta gauge reactions from like, because like I said, people that follow my Instagram, it's like family members, it's like some random people I used to date that I forgot to like take off at some point. It's like family or it's like friends who don't really know that I stream constantly. It's like family members. It's like, it's just like a weird smattering of like, just like I said, in the most nicest of ways. I say the normies of like the people that follow me on like an internet basis. So I just thought it was funny. I thought I should explain that since that clip was taken. I just took that straight clip. The other thing. Oh. The other, there was one other thing. Fuck. I was saying it right before the clip thing. Oh, reaffirm that, like, I brought this up before. I'm stammering on. Apologies. But, they keep talking about, hey, this has got to be the final game. This is it for all the marbles. Battler v Erica / Bernkstel. This is it. One's winner, one's loser. And then me just being like, but there's 2 more episodes. What the hell? Not a big revelation or anything, but it is in the back of my mind. I'm constantly thinking, they said the same thing on episode 5. To be fair, true, but this time I felt like they really meant it, you know? I say that as a joke. I believe them this time. So, Beatrice says so. How is it playing on the witch's side? It feels strange. I used to think that the witch's side had such a huge advantage. But now that I'm on that side, I see that that's ridiculous. It's almost like that game where you stick knives in a barrel and try not to stab the mustache guy inside. I'm familiar with that game, the little game. Also, this isn't gonna affect anything. This is more my dumb self, but like I definitely feel it. This is my fault for playing 2 games simultaneously that are just a bunch of me reading back and forth, playing Your Turn to Die earlier today for a few hours, and then taking just a short break and then coming back to this. It's like I'm just reading. My throat. I spend so much of my day just not speaking to anyone, not having to use my voice. And then I'm like, all right, voice, you got this. Just read for several hours in a day. You got it. I need to start drinking like honey tea or something for these. Try my best. From the perspective of the human side, it feels like trying to shoot at a target hidden by mist. But from the witch's viewpoint, a stray shot might hit and become fatal. The old me played games like that all the time. Yeah, It's almost like Russian roulette.
それでもお前はいつか俺が気づくと信じてゲームを限界まで繰り返してくれた。
Even so, you believe that I'd eventually notice and stretch those games out to the limit.
私が聞くのも厚かましいですが、
It may be impudent of me to ask,
一体バトラさんは何に気づかれたのですか？
but just what is it that you noticed, Battler-san?
かつての私とのゲームの最後の最後で。
At the very end of your games with the old me? It was a strange question, even though in the past, Byato had always been the one posing it to Battler. Now that Battler figured it out, Byato was the one asking it to him.
正反対だな。
Our roles have been completely flipped, haven't they?
かつてはお前だけが覚えていて俺だけが忘れていた。
In the past, only you remembered, and only I forgot.
しかし今度は逆だ。
But this time, it's the other way around.
俺だけが覚えていてお前だけが忘れている。
Only I remember, and only you have forgotten.
不愉快でなければ教えていただけませんか？
Would you mind telling me what it is?
教えるのはたやすい。
Telling you would be easy,
でも教えたくない。
but I don't want to tell you.
意地悪のつもりはないんだ。
I'm not trying to be mean.
ただ俺もわずかに奇跡を信じたい。
I just want to believe in a miracle for a bit myself. Yeah, no, he's like, no, it's my turn. You get to feel this. Or you can take this as Battler telling me. I'm like, Battler, please just tell me. Tell me the answers to all things Umineko, so that internet people don't make fun of me. And he's like, no, you have to wait. No.
奇跡？
You'll have to hope for a miracle, Austin, to solve this. maybe a miracle will come to me. Maybe the miracle is me solving everything Umineko before episode 6 ends, you know? The miracle. Beatrice says, a miracle? Yes, this was a single miraculous seed that Battler left behind. If Byato could remember a certain something without being told, that would prove that Byato had truly revived. So he wouldn't tell her. It was Battler's final seed, which existed because he still couldn't abandon his hopes for Byato's revival.
バトラさんが話せないことなら私も聞きません。
If you can't tell me, then I won't ask.
不愉快な思いをさせてしまったならどうかお許しください。
If I've displeased you, please forgive me.
気にすんな。
Don't worry about it.
俺が未練がましいだけだ。
I just never know when to give up. As she watched that sad smile, Byato's chest tightened. He was looking at her and seeing the old her. Yes, I must become my former self, for his sake. My older sister who gets burned by spiderwebs, and I who don't, must become one. Surely it's more useful to him if I go on a journey to find myself now, than if I simply watch over his game.
今回のゲームはいかがです？
How do you feel about this game?
勝てそうですか？
Do you think you can win?
勝てるつもりでいるさ。
I intend to win.
勝ってベアとの望み通りこの永遠の拷問を終わらせる。
I'll win and end this eternal torture, just like Byato wanted.
終わったら世界はどうなるのでしょう？
When it ends, what'll happen to the world?
さあな。
Who knows?
どうなるんだろうな。
I wonder.
ただそれを俺たちは望んだんだ。
However, that's what we wished for.
だからどんな結果が訪れようともそれを受け入れるつもりだ。
So, no matter what the result is, I'll accept it.
私はどうなるのでしょう？
What'll happen to me? Byato was uncertain. Even she was probably no more than a piece in this game. If the game ended, then would she, one who had been born out of the game's rules, disappear?
ゲームは消えるだろうな。
The game will probably disappear.
だが俺はもう魔法を完全に理解している。
But now, I completely understand magic.
だからお前をゲーム版の外へ連れ出せる。
So, I'll be able to carry you off the game board.
それがお前の望みだったはずだ。
I think that was your wish.
私の望み？
My wish?
それ以上は内緒だ。
The rest is a secret.
お前がそれらを自力で思い出してくれる奇跡を
I'll be waiting for a
俺は
miracle.
待ってるぜ。
I'll be waiting for a miracle. For you to remember all of that on your own. After smiling bitterly for just a second, Battler laughed and told her not to worry. Apparently, it was best if she avoided talking to Battler about her previous self.
じゃあ俺はちょっと対戦相手殿の様子を見てくる。
Well then, I'll go check on my opponent for a bit.
あのバカが次はどんなへりくつを言い出すか楽しみだぜ。
Can't wait to see what kind of twisted logic that idiot thinks up next.
かつてのバトラさんもそれにかけてはなかなかでしたよ。
The old Battler son did that, a lot of that too.
私としましては第2のゲームの第1の番に対する小型爆弾を飲ませて殺したが最高傑作かと。
My favorite was the one from the first Twilight of the second game, when you said the culprit killed everyone by feeding them small bombs. I do appreciate the game knows just how silly that is. I imagine everyone was in on the joke at that point. Once that was a line written, they were like, all right.
それは俺の黒歴史最高傑作だ。
This new Beato knows the fan favorites. The highlights of my dark past.
早めに忘れてくれ。
Please, forget that ever happened. As fast as you can.
はい、そのように努めます。
Yes, I will try. I will never forget. I will never forget. Battler became a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared into the darkness. Beato kept bowing until he disappeared completely. To fill in his place, a single gold butterfly appeared and became Beato the Elder.
呼んだか、我が妹よ。
Did you call for me, little sister?
はい、
Yes.
あなたのことをもっと知りたいんです。
I want to know more about you.
そして本当の私がどんな存在だったのか知りたい。
And I want to know what the real me is like.
至りたいんです。
I want to become like that.
無論、わらわも未来の自分を知りたい。
It's like the little girl who wants to grow up so fast. She just wants to be an adult so fast. Of course, I also want to know about my future self.
そのために、わらわたちは互いのすべてを打ち明け合ったはず。
Didn't we reveal everything about ourselves to each other for that purpose?
しかし、一向にわらわたちは一つとならぬ。
However, we did not become one.
どうやれば一なる自分となれるのか理解ができぬ。
I cannot understand what we must do to become our single self.
どうやれば私たちは一つに。
What can we do to become one?
わらわはゼパルとフルフルの試練に期待している。
I have high hopes for the trials of Zephyr and Furfur.
勝者に与えるという魔法の奇跡のことですね。
You mean the miracle of magic given to the victors?
その魔法の奇跡とはすなわち一なる自分となれることではないだろうか。
I wonder if that magical miracle means becoming one. I forgot the term magical miracle.
わらわは本来の姿に至れる。
I will find my true form.
そなたはそれを望むバトラの期待に応えられる。
You will fulfill Battler's wishes.
バトラも万々歳で
ほう、三方丸く収まるというものだ。
Battle will be overjoyed too, so all three of us will have what we want.
やはり
This is a trial,
これ
right?
は試練なのですね。
This is a trial, right?
他の二組に負けるわけにはいかん。ということだな。
It means we cannot lose to the other two pairs. Remind me, did they do their trial? And did everyone succeed, or have the Beatos not done whatever they needed to do yet? I can't remember. Did their trials get snuck in at some point? Oh yeah, Beato did kill Natsui. Battler killed Battler. Yeah, okay. No, you're right. Nope, I totally remember. See, dude, my brain, like, focuses so much on, like, some of the earlier parts of the trials, because those were actually, like, no offense, very interesting. To me, the Natsui versus Beatrice thing wasn't very exciting. We were so spoiled by George and Jessica doing their thing, you know? And even a little bit of, like, Shannon and Cannon doing their thing. Oh well. It means we cannot lose to the other two pairs. So I guess I gotta do round 2 or something? I don't quite know.
ジョージさんとシャノンさん、ジェシカさんとカノンさん。
Natsui was just trying to exercise the power. Oh yeah, she had the mirror! Yeah, that's a good point. I completely forgot about the mirror. She was in that room with the mirror. Yeah. Yeah, the mirror. The old mirror repelling trick. George-san and Shannon-san, Jessica-san and Cannon-san.
彼らを踏みにじってしか私は幸せをつかみ取れない。
I can only grasp happiness by trampling over them.
条件は同じだ。
The conditions apply to all of us.
他の誰かが恋を成就させれば、そなたを含めた二組が踏みにじられる。
If one of the others succeeds in love, the other two groups, including you, will be trampled over. The elder Beatrice here is having to, like, toughen up young Beato. She's like, I don't know if I feel good about making the others lose. And it's like, oh, if you don't, they'll beat you.
なぜこんなにいびつな天秤なのでしょう。
Why must the scales be so tilted, I wonder?
いびつとは
Tilted?
恋は得るものと得られないものがいる。
Some people will find love, others won't.
ならばそれらが天秤の両端に並ぶことは理解できます。
In that case, you can put those two groups on a scale.
しかし私たちの試練の天秤は3つの皿が並び、1人の勝利のために2人が敗北するというひどくいびつなものです。
I don't know if I was getting in that case, you can put those two groups on a scale. However, the scales for our trial have 3 plates, and 2 must lose for 1 to win. That seems horribly skewed.
さあな。
Who knows?
恋の価値とは、二組の恋の破綻と同じ価値があるとでも言うのかもしれぬな。
It might mean that successful love is worth 2 destroyed loves.
頼りないぞ妹よ。
You're too insecure, little sister.
敗者のことを考えるより、バトラの期待に応えたいという気持ちを優先できぬようでは、拾える勝利などないぞ。
If you can't put your desire to answer to battlers' expectations before your uncertainty over what happens to losers, you won't be able to win anything.
そうですね。
You're right.
私も譲れません。
But I won't give up our victory.
他の皆さんには本当に申し訳ないですが、みんな恨みっこなしです。
I don't like doing this to the others, but there will be no hard feelings between us and them. Beatrice's resolve. If I do lose, I'll give my strongest blessings to whichever of the lovers wins. So, I'll fight with all my heart and soul, so that I have no lingering regrets. And I'll win that miracle of magic. Miracle. Floorboard. George Ward on the floorboard. Stupid.
どうだったの？
How was it?
第一の晩をめぐっての赤と青の攻防は
How did the red and blue shootout over the first Twilight go?
まずは小手調べでした。
We started by testing the waters.
バトラもなかなか張り切っているようです。
Battler seemed pretty eager too. She had just come back from a fierce fight with Battler, where she had gathered information by making demands for the red text. It was the old, familiar kind of fight, reminiscent of when the red text had first appeared, or when use of the blue text was first permitted.
得られた成果は
And the result?
まず密室を構築したのはいずれも犠牲者たち本人でした。
First, in all cases, it was the victims themselves that constructed the closed rooms.
そしてそれをクラウスたちが破るまでの間、その密室は完全に維持されていました。
Also, those closed rooms were perfectly preserved until Krause's group broke them open.
さらにその間、外部からいかなる方法でも干渉ができないことを確認しました。
Also, I confirmed that during this period, all sorts of interference from the outside were impossible. Erica reported this proudly as though it had been a great battle, but Bernkasil looked bored as she listened. I was just about to say, Erica, for all the talk, she's just recounting like the most basic of like closed room scenarios. Like, this is the most basic of information, Erica. This is nothing exciting. You've gained nothing. After looking at her blankly for a second, Lambda Delta spoke her opinions frankly.
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。
Wait a second.
それってつまり密室殺人は完璧ってだけの話じゃないの？
Doesn't that mean this closed room murder was perfect? What? The victims had sealed the closed rooms themselves, and closed rooms had been preserved until Krause and the others broke them open, and no one had been inside the closed rooms except for the victims. And Krause's group, the ones who had broken the rooms open, were not the culprits. In this way, she had managed to win several little red truths like these. Normally, simply collecting such vital information would have been enough. However, the Master Witch, tired with boredom, had expected a much more flashy, argument-winning victory instead of this bland result.
しかしながら、私は今回探偵権限を持たないので、検視を誤認する可能性がありました。
However, this time, I don't have the detective's authority, so there's a chance I messed up when examining the corpses.
ですので、仮死状態を生み出す薬などで私の検視を欺いたと仮定して。
So, if we suppose that a drug that mimics death was used to fool my examination,
プルプルピコピオ？
You mean Puro Puro Pico Pio? Puro Puro Pico Pio. Grown ass man saying these words.
違います。
No, not that.
例えばインシュリンとか基地の薬物でも一時的に仮死状態を作ることは不可能ではありません。
It's not impossible for certain well-known drugs, such as insulin, to bring about a temporary state that mimics death.
バトラからは赤き真実による反論はありませんでした。
Battler did not counter with, that with the red truth.
つまりは私の青き真実が通ったということです。
In other words, my blue truth worked.
まずは勝利かと。
I think I started with a victory. To sum up Erica's report, all she had done was listen to the red truths Battler had wanted her to hear. Only the information Battler had wanted out there had been shown, and she hadn't been able to strike at any weak points. She was like a kid who had gone out shopping, then forgotten her job and only bought candy. Damn. However, this was all the players on the human side could do. Without the detective proclamation, she could only fight by collecting dull bits of information like that. However, her master had been expecting more than that sort of dull fight. So, she had tried to give her report energetically, to make it seem as though they were in a superior position. She's trying to sell it so hard. But no matter how much she tried, the cold expression of her master remained merciless.
青き真実が通った
Your blue truth worked?
バカバカしくて切り返さなかっただけでしょ
If he didn't cut it down, it's probably just because it was too stupid.
自称名探偵が
大した推理だこと。
You call yourself a great detective with reasoning like that?
私なりには慎重に検視を行ったつもりです。
I did try to examine the corpses with care to the best of my abilities.
ですが探偵権限がないので、それでも絶対とは言い切れず。
However, I don't have the detective's authority, so we can't be certain.
何よ、あんたが自分で探偵宣言を放棄したんでしょ。
Wait a second. Weren't you the one who decided not to make the detective's proclamation?
前回の汚名を返上するためにレートを上げたいとか言い出して。
Didn't you say you wanted to raise the stakes to make up for your disgrace last time?
それは。
Well,
何？
what's wrong?
探偵権限がないとバトラーには勝てないってそういうの？
Are you saying you can't win against Battler without the detective's authority?
そんなことはありません。我が主。
I refuse to feel bad for Erica, though. I refuse. That's not true, my master.
あのような無能、探偵権限などなくても簡単に勝てます。
I could easily defeat an incompetent like that, even without the detective's authority.
ただこれまでと戦い方がちょっとだけ違ってまだ慣れないだけで。
It's just, this style of fighting is a little different from what I'm used to, and I haven't gotten the hang of it yet. As far as humans go, Eriko is quite talented. Her knowledge and power of memory and insight were ahead of the pack, and it was likely that no human was more well-suited as a detective than her. However, no matter how much of an advantage she might have had over other people, that didn't matter in the Witches game. In the Witches game, it's either 0 or 100. Yeah, what the hell? Was the wedding? I'm sure I'm supposed to think that the wedding was like a cold open thing, and just like how in the previous episode it was kind of like going to get inserted somewhere into the middle of this episode. What happens between now and then to have that happen? I'm so and I can only assume it has something to do with the two Fur and whatever the fuck her name is. Palco. It'll come to me. The name, I'm closing my eyes. The name will come to me. Fur and Geraldo. Whatever her fucking name is. I assume it has something to do with them. They made an appearance at the wedding, so they were there. Maybe there's like some mix-up with the some mix-up with the contract, the game that they're playing for the Power of Love. I assume some hijinks happen. Beatrice is performing too badly in the trial, so Battler replaced her with Erica. Fur and Sulfur. That fucking kills me. In other words, everything is either the red truth or it isn't. If a normal human was worth a 10, her exceptional power would probably rate a 99. However, it could never be 100. Since it wasn't 100, it couldn't be absolutely certain. So it didn't count as red truth. For example, the examination of the corpses that Erica had worried over in the fight just now. If she had performed it with the detective's authority, she could have said with 100% certainty whether they were alive or dead. However, without the detective proclamation, it was 99%. There was a 1% chance that she'd made a mistake, and that overturned the foundation of the examination. Erica had gained the detective's authority and had become the Witch of Truth because Bernkastel had supplemented her talent of 99 with an additional 1. Simply because Bernkastel wouldn't give her that 1, in the world of witches, Erica's 99 was treated exactly the same as 0. She couldn't even use her great assistant Delanor without a power of 100. When working under an Erica who had lost the detective's authority, Delanor's red longsword lost its power. Delanor was also irritated that she couldn't provide full assistance. She had tried several times to convince Erica to use the detective proclamation, but Erica had stubbornly refused each time. On one hand, I respect Erica. She made this bet. She made her bed. She's reaping. She's sowing. She says, I'm not going to use the detective authority, and she's going to stick to it through her stubbornness. as me, I'm a very stubborn person on the channel. I'm known as Stubborn Gamer. If you're like, hey, Austin, it would be better if you switch weapons during Cuphead for this boss, I'll say, all right, bet. And I'll stick to the default weapons and I'll make it work. You know? I appreciate a good set in your way stubborn person. But it's gonna be to her downfall.
しちゃえばいいじゃない
Unfortunately.
探偵宣言
Why not just do it? Make that detective proclamation.
そうすればあんたも100人力
If you do, you'll be unstoppable. Yeah, but Lambda Delta, it's pride. We're talking about pride here.
ドラノールも破壊たちとノックス実会でバッサバサじゃない
Delnor could even use her red longsword in the Nox Decalogue.
したければすれば
Why not do it, if you want? Oh. No. There was no need for anyone to explain. By now, it's clear that Erica hadn't abandoned the detective proclamation by her own will.
前回のゲームでバトラが真相にたどり着いた時点で
When Battler reached the truth during the previous round,
もはやこのゲームは終わりだったのよ
this game was already finished.
今回のゲームは実は第6のゲームじゃない
This isn't really the 6th game.
バトラがゲームマスターとして記念に最後に執り行うフィナーレのゲームなのよ
It's just a finale, so that Battler can have a chance to serve as game master at the end.
もう決着は前回ついている
The result was already decided last game.
まあそういうことよね
Yeah, pretty much.
無限にゲームが続かなくなり私とベルンの賭けは私の負け
The games don't continue forever, and I've lost my bet with Byrne.
今回バトラがゲームの真相に至ったことを証明して
In this game, Battler will prove that he's reached the game's truth.
ベアとのゲームは見事打ち破られて人間側の大勝利
And then Beato's game will be destroyed in a big victory for the human side.
そしてベルンも大勝利
And a big victory for Byrne, too.
のはずなのになぜか不服なのよね
Well, supposedly. But you look unsatisfied for some reason.
ええ不服よ
Yeah, I'm not satisfied.
こんなつまらない勝利私は望んでないの
I didn't want such a boring victory.
ベルンが望む勝利はベアとのゲーム版を徹底的に引き裂き
The victory you did want had Beato's game board being torn to bits.
ベアとのみすぼらしい正体を暴いて徹底的に泥を舐めさせて踏みにじること
And Beato's true, pathetic form exposed, humiliated, and trampled on.
だからバトラのこの勝利はちょっと違うのよね
But this victory of Battlers isn't quite like that, is it?
愛だの約束だの
All this about love and promises.
静かにゲームを終わらせて安らかに眠らせる
He wants to end the game quietly and let her sleep in peace.
そんなゲロ臭い終わり方誰が望んだってのよ
That sort of ending would make anyone vomit.
私はねそんな終わり方のためにバトラに助言を与えたわけじゃないのよ
I didn't give Battler all that advice so that he could end things like that.
妹を背中でひき肉にしてやったわ
I had his little sister turn to scrap meat behind his back.
両親や親族を何度も何度もむごたらしく殺させてやったわ
I had his parents and family killed horribly over and over again.
それはすべてベアトに対し怒りの復讐をかきたてるためよ
That was all to spark a desire for revenge against Beato.
それがこの終わり方は何
And now, what kind of ending is this?
私の勝利
Have I won?
とんでもないバトラは私もあんたも喜ばせない勝利を手にしたわ
Of course not. Battler's gotten his hands on a victory that neither you nor I can stand.
私はねベアトリーチェがズタズタのボロボロに引き裂かれるところが見たくて
I had to withstand a staggering period of boredom just to come all the way out of this backwoods territory.
はるばるこんな辺境までやってきて気の遠くなる退屈な時間に耐えてここにいたのよ
Just so that I could see Beatrice lamely and pathetically torn to little bits.
こんな腐りかけのヨーグルトみたいなかけらをすすらされるためじゃない
I didn't come here to sip from a rotten yogurt fragment like this.
ああ、ご立腹の顔も素敵だわ、ベル。
Aw, your angry face is wonderful too, Burn.
なるほどね。それでせめて最後くらい口直しが欲しかったわけね。
I see. So this is why you wanted to straighten things out for yourself, at least once at the end.
全部前回のゲームでドジを踏んだこのバカゴマのせいだわ。
It's all the fault of this moron piece screwing up all the time in the last game.
お前のせいで数
Damn.
百年ぶりに楽しめそうなゲーム版が
Because of you, this game board that looked like it'd be fun for the first time in thousands of years
全て
has all been
台無しよ。
wasted. Zepar! Yeah, there we go. Thank you. There we go. That's the name.
クズ
Oh, fuck. Filth.
ゴミ
Trash.
カス
Scum.
もう申し訳ありません、我が主。
My apologies, my master.
必ず勝利を捧げますから、どうかお許しください。
I will definitely bring you a victory, so please forgive me.
前回探偵権限まで使って勝てなかったあんた
If you couldn't win with the detective's authority in the last game,
がどうしてゲームマスターにまで至ったバトルに今回打ち勝てるっての？
how do you expect to defeat Badler now that he's the game master?
探偵権限があったってあんたに勝ち目なんかないのよ。
You don't have a chance at winning even with the detective's authority.
ならいっそいらないじゃない。
So why bother with it?
それは
I,
確かにもともと勝てないんじゃ探偵権限はいらないわね。
True. If you can't win anyway, then the detective proclamation isn't necessary.
より確実に負けるだけだけど。
The lack will just make your loss all the more certain.
だからこそより最悪な状況であなたが勝ってみせたなら
And therefore, if you manage to win this even worse situation,
それこそ私にふさわしい奇跡だわ。
that would be a miracle worthy of me.
そこまでして初めて私はあんたを許せる。
If and only if you can do that, I'll be able to forgive you.
はい。
Is this just like poorly veiled like motivation to get Erica to try even harder? Erica, you gotta do something. Even if it's something, I don't know, as wild as marrying Battler or something. And then her brain starts like, the little hamster on its wheel and her brain starts like spinning. It's like, marry Battler. I don't know how that'll get her victory, but I'm sure that's a thought. Yes.
必ずその奇跡をお目にかけてみせます。
I will surely show you that miracle.
で
Like,
切るわけねえだろゲロカス。
hell you can, scum.
あんたにできるのは最悪のゲームに最悪の罰ゲーム。
All you can do is thoroughly expose your wretched self in a horrible punishment game.
さらに探偵宣言という唯一の武器まで取り上げられてとことんまで惨めを晒して
With your only weapon taken away from you.
それでもなお腹を見せながら私にじゃれついてこびてみせて
And through it all, you'll still roll over playfully.
私を笑わせることだけよゲロカス。
And beg to keep me entertained, scum. Damn. Ooh.
楽しそうだな。
Sounds like you're having fun.
お邪魔だったか？
Am I getting in the way? Damn. Establish dominance. Appear while that team is fighting. Gold butterflies gathered in the darkness and took the shape of Battler. Though he had just arrived, he seemed to know that the mood was dark.
あらバトラー
Ah, Battler.
第一の場体験させてもらったわ。
I had a look at your first Twilight.
なかなかの密室じゃない。
Quite impressive closed rooms.
あなたきっとベアトより才能あるわ。
I'm sure even more talented than Beato.
ベアトが過去に作った密室を焼き直しただけだ。
It's just a rehash of the closed rooms Beato made in the past.
その褒め言葉はベアトに対するものとして受け取っておく。
I'll take that as a compliment aimed at her.
エリカとの攻防もまずまずだったみたいじゃない？
Seems your fight with Erica wasn't bad either.
連続殺人は順調にいっちゃいそう？
Think your serial murders will move along smoothly?
さあな。
Who knows?
俺の役目は連続殺人を遂行することじゃない。
My role isn't to carry out serial murders.
その過程で貴様らに魔法以外では不可能な密室を提示して、
It's to use that process to show you closed rooms that are impossible without magic.
魔女側として勝利を収め、俺がこのゲームを完全に理解したことを証明することだ。
And thereby achieve victory for the witch side and prove that I fully understood this game.
いや、もう一つある
No. There's one more thing.
何？
What?
な。前回互角の死闘を演じたエリカとの決着をつけるためさ。
To settle things with Erica. Settle things with Erica. After that evenly matched duel we acted out last time.
バトラ。
Battle.
互角。
Evenly matched? Bernstein noticeably grimaced. Erica averted her eyes and hung her head timidly.
お前の言い分は分かってる。
I know what you'd like to say.
あんなのは引き分けじゃない。
That wasn't a draw.
勝てて当然だから、あれは負けも同然だと、そう言いたいんだろ。
We should have won easily, so it counts as a loss.
あらやだ。
Hey,
盗み聞きなんて性格悪いわよ。
it's not polite to eavesdrop.
鏡見ろ。
Look at a mirror.
お前らの顔に書いてある。
It's written all over your faces.
嘘！
No way!
どこによ？
Where?
何よそれ！
Hey, what's going on?
バカには見えないマジックで書いてあるとか言ったら殺す超殺す！
If you tell me it's written in ink only morons can't see, then death, death, super death for you! Lambda Delta pulled a mirror out of thin air, then looked at it and jumped around angrily. She was apparently pretending to be stupid in her own special way. It's like a
エリカ、
like a child that loves attention. Erica.
何ですか？
What is it?
前回のお前とドラノールの赤と青の猛攻、見事だったぜ。
That final, fierce attack you and Delnor made in the last game was spectacular.
どうも。
Thanks.
今回はドラノールはどうした？
What happened to Delnor this time?
お前一人なのか？
Are you by yourself?
いいえ、
No,
ここに控えております。
I've been waiting here. Delnor had been just standing around in reserve, hiding her presence in the dark shadows.
まあ赤きたちが使えないドラノールなんて役立たずのただのゲロカス。
Well, when she can't use her red longsword, Delnor's just useless scum.
いても役に立たないので引っ込めてますが。
There's no point in having her around, so she's hanging back.
今の私にできるのはエリカ教の推理の初期だけです。
All I can do now is record Lady Erica's reasoning.
どうしてお前も共に戦わない？
Why won't you fight with her?
なぜあの赤いたちが使えない？
Why can't you use that red longsword?
エリカの推理とお前の太刀、
Erica's reasoning? And your longsword?
それらが組み合わさってこそのあの強さだったはず。
Those are strong because they work together. Delnor didn't answer. She just glanced at Bernkastel's expression for an instant. However, the glance was the same as a clear answer to Battler now. Battler fully recognized the situation.
お前か。
You.
エリカに探偵宣言をしないように言ったのは。
You're the one who told Erica not to use the detective proclamation.
あら、何のこと？
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
これは俺とエリカの戦いだ。
This fight is between me and Erica.
俺たちは全力で戦う。
gonna fight with all we've got.
だから勝ちも負けも受け入れられる。
That way, we'll be able to accept it whether we win or lose.
貴様のような黒幕は不要だ。
There's no need for a mastermind behind the scenes like you.
黒幕なんてひどいわね。
Come now, I'm no mastermind.
私はただの退屈しのぎの感激者じゃない。
I'm just a theater goer trying to relieve her boredom.
感激者ってのは客席で静かに見てるやつのことだ。
A theater goer is someone who sits quietly in the stands and watches.
お前のように舞台にヤジを飛ばし出演者を脅迫したり操ったりするようなやつのことを言わない。
That's not what we call someone who jeers at the stage and threatens or manipulates the performers.
マナーのない客で申し訳ないわね。
Sorry for being an ill-mannered audience.
あんたは知らないだろうけど、私はこの芝居を見るためにすでに高い入館料を払ってるのよ。
You might not know it, but I've already paid a huge admission fee to watch this play.
悪いけど、それに見合う分勝手に楽しませてもらうわ。
Sorry, but I intend to enjoy it until I get my money's worth.
進行を邪魔するならゲームマスター権限でお前をこのゲーム上から追放することもできるんだぜ。
If you get in the way of the game's progression, I can use my authority as a game master to boot you out of this game.
したければどうぞ。
If you want to, go ahead.
私を追放するなら、エリカは私の駒だから持って帰るわ。
If you chase me out, then I'll head back with my piece, Erica.
今回のゲームはお流れで、あんたは真相に至ったことを証明できなくなる。
She's like, if you kick me out, I'm taking my ball and going home. And then you can't play with the football anymore. This game will be canceled, and you won't be able to prove that you've reached the truth.
感激者は観測者。
A theater goer is an observer.
観測者なき真実は幻想と同じ。
A truth with no observer is the same as an illusion.
あんたはベアとのゲームを終えるために感激者という立ち会い人を欠かせないのよ。
You need a theater goer as a witness until Beato's game ends.
俺たちの真実は俺たちだけで通用すればいい。
Our truth only needs to pass between the two of us.
これ以上邪魔をするなら有無を言わさず追放する。
If you get in the way any further, I'll boot you out by
そ
force.
して次の暇つぶしが見つかるまで何百年も退屈にのたうち回るといいぜ。
Then, you can writhe around in boredom for a few centuries until you find another way to kill time.
じゃあそうすれば。
Then go ahead and do that.
エリカ、ゲームはおしまいよ。ご苦労様。
Erica, this game is over. Good work.
あんたはつくづく使えない駒だったわ。
You were completely useless.
敗北の汚名を返上できなかったんだから。あんたは約束通り最悪のかけらにぶち込んで。
You weren't able to overturn the dishonor of your loss, so as promised, I'll throw you into the worst fragment.
忘却の深淵に空っぽのポップコーンのバケツと一緒に放り込んであげる。
I'll toss you into the depths of oblivion with the empty popcorn buckets.
我が主、
My master.
必ず勝利しますから。勝利できますから。
Is Erica trying, or not Erica, is Bernie here trying to like guilt trip Battler here? Jesus, I will win. I'll win no matter what.
ですからどうか最後までバトラと戦わせてください。
So please, let me fight Battler until the end.
このまま負けで忘却の深淵なんて嫌です。
I don't want to lose. And you're thrown in the depths of oblivion.
私は最後まであんたの戦いを見てあげたいけれど。
You know I want to watch until the end, right?
バトラが追放だって言うし。
But Battler says he'll toss me out.
ねえ、どうするラムダ。
Hey, what do you do, Lambda?
まあまあ、ベルも前回のゲームからずっとイラついてるのはわかるけど、ちょっと落ち着きなさいよ。
Well, I realize you've been irritated since the last game burned, but calm down a bit.
バトラもあんまりベルを煽らないで。
And Battler, don't provoke Burn so much.
この子たまに 自分でも感情がコントロールできなくなるのよ。
This kid can't control her emotions sometimes.
うるさいわね。
Shut up.
誰が感情をコントロールできないのよ。
Who can't control her emotions? Baron Castell, who had never showed any expressions at all at one point in time, was now twisting her face into all kinds of displeased and ugly shapes. When Lambda Delta made fun of that, Baron Castell clicked her tongue and looked away. As they say, nothing can stop poison but poison. Apparently, Lambda Delta was the only one who could rein Baron Castell in.
エリカはバトラと戦ってお命を返上してベルンのご機嫌が取りたいんでしょ。
Erica, you want to fight Battler, clear your name, and get burned back into a good mood, right? Yes.
バトラは真実に至ったことを証明する最後のゲームを
Battler, you want to quickly and neatly end this final game
きっちりきれいに終えたいわけでしょ。
so that you can prove you found the truth, right?
そうだ。
Yeah.
これは俺とエリカの一騎打ちだ。
This is a face-off between me and Erica.
俺の邪魔だけじゃない。
I won't let anyone get in my way,
エリカに対する邪魔も俺は許さない。
but I won't let anyone get in Erica's way either.
バトラ
But Battler,
二人に戦う意志があるならそれを尊重するべきだわ。
I just love how Lambda Delta has to be like referee here. She's to be like mediator. She's like, all right, everyone, you want to achieve this. You want to achieve this. Erica, calm the fuck down. Or not Erica. I keep saying Erica. I mean, Bernie. Bernie, calm the fuck down. If both of them wish to fight, then that should be respected.
ベルンは私に任せて。
Leave Burn to me.
不機嫌になったあの子をなだめられるのは世界で私だけだから。
I'm the only one in the world who can calm that kid when she gets in a bad mood.
お前もあいつの同類ではあるが、まだ話が通じるな。
You're the same sort as her, but at least you can be reasoned with.
あんまり私をなめないで。
You shouldn't underestimate me.
私はベルンの歪む顔が好きなの。
I just like seeing Burn grimace.
それを見せてくれるあんたの
Burn
ゲームを
grimace.
気に入ってるだけ。
That's why I've taken a liking to this game of yours.
扱いやすい相手なんて思ってると大やけどじゃ済まないわよ。
If you think I'm easy to handle, you're apt to get burned, okay? Get burned. I'm gonna fix my headset here.
ドラノールが赤きたちを使えないのは探偵宣言がないからよ。
Delnor can't use a red longsword because the detective proclamation hasn't been made.
エリカがそれを出せばすぐにもあの力を取り戻すわ。ね。
If Erica makes it, she'll regain her power right away, right?
はい。
Yes.
その時はご容赦を。
When that happens, forgive me.
エリカ、
Erica.
なんです。
What?
探偵宣言を出せ。
Make the detective proclamation. Do it.
嫌です。
No.
今の俺に探偵権限なしで本気で勝てると思ってるのか。
Do you really think you can beat me as I am, now without the detective's authority?
勝てますとも。
I can win.
バトラ卿。
She really did herself dirty, because now she can't. It's like almost like she has to admit some sort of defeat if she does go to the detective's authority. It's a lose-lose situation all the way around, whether she used it from the very beginning, or if she uses it now, or if she doesn't use it at all. She is metaphorically boned either way. Lord Battler,
エリカ卿もまた駒です。
Lady Erica is herself a piece.
主の命には背けません。
She cannot disobey her master's orders.
できるのは許された力を全うし、視力を尽くすだけです。
All she can do is gather the power she has and fight for survival.
ドラノールの力は探偵宣言がないと全くダメなのか。
And Delnor, your power can't be used at all without the detective proclamation?
石剣は抜刀に許可が必要です。
I need permission before unsheathing the red key.
その申請条件の一つが探偵宣言です。
One form of that permission is the detective proclamation.
探偵宣言以外にその許可を得る方法はないのか。
Are there any other ways to get in that permission?
あんた何を言ってるんですか。
What are you saying?
私に情けをかけるつもりなら大きなお世話です。
If you're doing this out of pity for me, that's none of your business.
黙れ。
Quiet.
お前一人じゃ手応えがなさすぎて退屈なんだ。
You're so flimsy by yourself that it's born.
探偵でない探偵は黙ってろ。
Be quiet, detective who isn't a detective.
石剣は赤き真実と限りなく近い存在です。
The red key is infinitely similar to the red truth.
真実が与えられれば、その剣についてのみ抜刀が許されます。
If and only if I am given a truth, I'm permitted to draw my sword for items that pertain to it.
真実とは
What do you mean by truth?
例えばですが、エリカ教のガムテープの封印です。
For example, there are Lady Erica's packing tape seals.
ああ、あれか。
Ah, those.
あの封印はすでにベルンカステル教によって赤き真実と同等の価値があると認められています。
Lady Burncastel has already acknowledged that those seals are equivalent in value to the red truth.
よって封印に関わる真実に限っては石剣の抜刀が許されます。
Therefore, I'm permitted to draw the red key, at least for truths pertaining to those seals.
前回散々苦しめられたからな。
Those caused me a lot of trouble last time.
今回は粘着力のあるガムテープをゲーム版から全て取り除かせてもらった。
So I had all the sticky packing tape removed from the game board this time around.
見事な一手です。
A splendid move.
エリカは探偵と名乗ることに誇りを持ってたな。
Erica was proud to be able to call herself the detective, wasn't she?
はい。
Yes.
謎を無責任に暴くだけが目的とはいえ、彼女には誇りです。
Though her only goal was to irresponsibly solve riddles, it was a matter of pride for her.
それが宣言できないってのはかなり悔しいことだろうな。
Then, she must really be suffering now that she can't make that proclamation.
それを当人以外が語ることはできません。
Only she could tell you that. Battler took a deep breath, then hung his head in thought for a time. Erica was his enemy. She was the player of the human side, and without her, there'd be no game. It had been the same with the old Beato. Battler had one-sidedly viewed Beato as an enemy. However, though Beato had thought of him as her opponent, she hadn't considered him an enemy on a personal level. In accordance with the rules, I must fight my rival ruthlessly. However, that doesn't mean I need to hate Erica herself. I won't misunderstand Beato's game.
エリカ、
Erica,
探偵宣言を出さないのはお前の勝手だ。
you're free to choose not to make a detective proclamation.
だから、お前はお前の人間としての力だけで勝手に戦え。
In that case, go and fight just with your power as a human.
最初からその覚悟です。
Have been prepared to do that from the start.
しかし、お前には優秀な仲間がいる。
However, you have talented allies.
ドラノールに、ガートルード、コーネリ
Delenar, Gertrude, and Cornelia.
ア。お前は一人じゃない。
You aren't alone.
仲間がいる。
You have allies.
頼りたくても何の力もないゲロカスの役立たずですが。
Yeah, but they're unreliable, powerless, and useless scum.
ドラノール、
Delenar,
かつての俺がワルギリアやロノウェに支えられたように、エリカにもまた支えがいる。
just like how I was supported by Virgilia, Renove in the past, Erica needs support as well.
人間側が辛いことは俺も何度も経験してよく知ってる。
I know from repeated experience that playing for the human side is tough.
はい。
Yes,
持てる力の限りで補佐します。
I will assist her with all the power I possess.
金系了解する者なり。
Understood.
金系職務であると知りたまえ。
Know that it is our job.
赤き真実も使えないくせに。
You can't even use the red truth.
エリカ
Battler has to try so hard to get Erica to just be cooperative in the slightest. He's like, alright, I know I need to have Erica face off against me. I can't have her quit. I can't have her be stubborn. I can't have her give up. Just play the fucking game, be happy, use your teammates. Stop being an asshole. Play the game, let's have fun. Erica.
お前でなくこの仲間たちに力を与える
I will give power, not to you, but to your allies.
は
Huh?
あ何の真似ですか
What do you think you're doing?
お前の情けなんて死んでも受けません
I'd rather die than receive your pity.
ドラノールガートルードコーネリアで3人
Three people. Eleanor, Gertrude, and Cornelia.
エリカ
Erica,
お前に例のガムテープの封印を3部屋分許す
I'll let you use 3 rooms worth of those packing tape seals. To fully seal one room, multiple seals would be needed to cover all the doors and windows. If he had said 3 seals, it would have only been possible to fully seal one room at best. So, Battler was generous and limited them by room instead of by seal.
バトラ卿
Lord Battler,
この封印には赤き真実と同じ効果があることを俺もゲームマスターとして認める
as the game master, I also acknowledge that the seals have the same effect as the red truth.
そうすればそれを根拠とする戦いではお前もあの赤い太刀を振り回せるようになるはずだ
This way, you'll also be able to wield that red longsword in a fight surrounding those.
そうだな
Right?
はい
Yes.
しかしよろしいのですか
But, are you certain?
探偵未満のエリカに勝ってもこんなの勝利じゃね
Winning against Erica when she's less than a detective is hardly a victory.
えエリカがレートを上げるなら俺にだって上げる権利があるはずだぜ
If Erica is upping the stakes, then I should have the right to do the same.
ヒューおっとこまえ
Woo! What a man!
よかったじゃないエリカ
Aren't you lucky, Erica?
これで探偵宣言を出して主の機嫌を損ねずに多少はあんたも赤が使えるようになったわ
Now you can use a bit of red without making the detective proclamation and irritating your master.
後悔しますよ
You'll regret this.
この3回の封印がきっとあなたを殺しますから
I'll use these 3 seals and kill you no matter what.
上等だ
Perfect.
来い殺しに
Come to kill me. Nah. Question, is this gonna be a mistake? I doubt it. I bet Battler's got it. This is controlled chaos. This is Battler giving the littlest of concessions just so that Erica isn't like just fully throwing in the towel. I want to trust Battler enough to say that if he's willing to go this far and give her this much, he's like, this is measured. I know I can do this and still win. I trust him at least that much. Though it was only for 3 rooms, it was a red truth that Erica had desperately wanted. Now, she finally had enough leeway to fight as she pleased. She ground her teeth at being pitied by Battler, but her tears were not those of shame.
了解です
Understood.
3部屋分の封印のガムテープを受領いたします
3 rooms worth of packing tape seals accepted.
その受領ですがエリカ卿がミセス熊沢から粘着力なきガムテープを受領した時点に遡っての受領でよろしいですか
Regarding this matter, should we consider them as being accepted retroactively, back when Lady Erica received the non-sticky packing tape from Miss Kumasawa? Erica had borrowed packing tape from Kumasawa to make seals with. However, Battler made it so that those weren't sticky. If he ruled that there had never been any problem with the stickiness of that packing tape, the transition could be made smoothly.
ああいいだろう
Sure, that's fun.
物語を書き直す
I'll rewrite the tale.
初日の深夜にエリカが熊沢さんからもらったガムテープは封印可能な粘着力を持っていたが
The packing tape that Erica received from Kumasawa-san late at night on the first day was sticky.
3部屋分しかない 残りわずかのものだった。
But there was only enough left to use on 3 rooms.
これを今から適用する。
I'll apply that from here on out.
了解しました。
Understood.
エリカ卿も遡り、第一の晩発覚以前の段階からその権利の行使が可能だったものとして行動の修正を行います。
Lady Erica will also retroactively adjust her movements, starting before the discovery of the first twilight, taking into account that the application of this privilege is now possible.
ゲーム進行に抵触する部分が発生し次第、ゲームマスターにご報告申し上げます。
As soon as these changes affect the progression of the game, they will be reported to the Game Master.
事件がどの部屋で起こったかを知ってからの遡りか。
Yeah, they already know what room. Yeah, that's a good point. The good point here. He says letting you do it retroactively, even though you know which rooms the crime will occur in.
かなり有利な話だな。
That gives you a pretty big advantage.
無駄な部屋を封印しなくて済むんだから。
You won't have to waste tape on the other rooms.
ゲームマスターになったら随分とおごるようになったのね。
It seems you've grown quite arrogant since becoming Game Master.
楽しいでしょ。
Isn't it fun?
無様な対戦相手に施しをするのは。
To give out charity to your pathetic opponents?
黙れ。
Quiet.
そして勘違いするな。
And don't misunderstand.
これはおごりでも甘やかしでもない。
I'm not being arrogant or soft here.
エリカ、これを武器に本気で来い。
Erica, use this weapon and come at me with all you've got.
だからこそ俺も本気で叩き潰してやる。
Then I'll crush you with all I've got.
だから胸を張ってこの3回を行使しろ。
So, hold your head up high and use those 3.
以上だ。
That is all. Tyler made to leave the room with a flick of his cape. Oh, he's so cool. As he did, he thought he heard Erica let out a strained voice calling him to a stop.
なんだ。
What is it?
用がないなら行く。
If you have no business with me, I'm going.
ドラノールとよく相談しろ。
Make sure you talk with Delanor.
あのムカつく魔女どもには何を言われても耳を貸すな。
Don't listen to those obnoxious witches, whatever they tell you.
このゲーム版の上にいる限り、あいつらに好き勝手はさせない。
As long as I'm on this game board, I won't let them do whatever they please. Good guy battler. Good guy battler. Thank you. Uh,
ありがと
Thank you.
う。私、本気で戦います。
I'll fight with all I've got.
全力で戦いますから。だから、絶対お前をやっつけますから。
I'll come at you with all my strength, so I'll defeat you no matter what.
だから、もしも私に勝つときは、
Pigs are flying. Hell must be freezing over. So, if you do win against me,
叩き潰してください。
please crush me with all your strength. Heyo. Heyo, heyo.
お願いだから、塵一つ残さないで。
Please, don't leave a scrap behind.
分かった。
Understood.
だからお前も俺に手加減するな。
And don't you go easy on me.
これは最後のゲームなんだ。
This is the final game.
俺がベアトに真実に至ったことを証明するための。
I'm playing to prove to Beato that I've reached the truth.
俺たちの勝敗はもはやそれを左右しない。
By now, who wins and who loses doesn't affect that goal.
だからこれは純粋に公敵視と認めたお前と決着をつけたいという気持ちなんだ。
So, just want to accept you as a rival and settle this.
ゲームの上では敵として全てを疑
In the game, let's suspect each other over everything as enemies.
え。だがプレイヤー同士としては信頼しろ。
But as fellow players, let's trust each other.
それがゲームのマナーだ。
That's how this game is supposed to be played. Yes.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you. I'm sure Burn Castell's just in the corner of this room, like, seething. Battler melted into the darkness, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and vanished. Eric remained behind, sobbing. Feeling a bit different towards Eric already. Just... kidding. Oh no, was this a play? Did Balor get suckered again? No. Fuck off. I need these people. I need these people in this fucking game. I need people in this fucking game to stop putting on the waterworks, tricking Battler, and then Battler, good guy Battler, he's like, oh, this really hurts. You know what? I'm gonna be good. And then they just like, fuck. I'm just kidding. I hate this. I hate this. Why is it always gonna happen to Battler? Good guys always finish last. Me and Battler, we're always finishing last. Fuck this. I hate them all. Get them off my screen. Jeez, you're a dim, stupid man. You totally fell for it and gave me the tape. I, Furuta Erica, have packing tape. This line, I, Furuta Erica, have packing tape. What the fuck is that lambda face? Yeah, this face is good. And her holding tape. This is good. There's so much good. Everything. This is so frustrating. I guess I'm just frustrated because we literally sat there for like what, 30, 45 minutes. Erica's crying. Bernie is like being an asshole. Lambda's just doing whatever she does. Battler goes, all right. Against better judgment, I'm gonna be nice. And then they still fuck him over. God. God. I'm metaphorically choking the three of them here with my hands. God damn it. It was hard. It was hard to imagine that the person who had been sobbing pathetically and this person now were the same. That's how vile her face contorted to be. The two witches were also cackling with ugly smiles. I totally understand. When you become Game Master, it feels like you become God and you get all sure of yourself. It was the same for you, Lambda. Of course you'd lose after leaving a stupid mistake like walking corpses alone. Stupid Game Master, stupid mistakes, stupid pride, stupid losses, stupid battler, stupid everything. Stupid losses, stupid battler, stupid everything. Ah ha ha ha! Has a nice ring to it. Nice one, my master. This is absurd. Stupid battler, stupid everything. Stupid battler, stupid everything. If that stupid battler really thinks Erica's at a disadvantage, then I really pity him. A detective proclamation isn't what you need to kill a moron. death by falling on a piece of tofu?
絹ごしですね。
It would have to be soft tofu, too.
それにコチュジャンをのせればワインのつまみにぴったりだわ。
Add some gochujang chili paste, and you've got a snack that'd go great with some wine. Sure, I said that correctly. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Ha ha ha. The three giggled together. It had all been an act to get the packing tape for the seals from Battler. Even though the packing tape that had tormented him so much in the last game was unusable in this one, he had fallen for Erica's act. And she had gotten what she wanted, though just 3 rooms worth. The illusion that Erica had an overwhelming disadvantage was just an act. A trap to trick Battler and make him hand over the packing tape.
これで完璧にバトラーを殺せます。
With this, I can kill Battler perfectly.
あいつの間抜けな密室などとっくにネタは割れてるんですから。
I figured out those pathetic closed rooms long ago.
完璧な密室？
A perfect closed room.
バーカ。
Dumbass!
私が本当に完璧な密室ってやつを見せて差し上げますから。
I'll show you a real perfect closed room.
そのためのとどめの武器を自ら進呈してくれるなんて嬉しくて涙が出ます。
And I could almost cry for joy at the fact that you gave me the weapon that'll finish you.
我が主、そしてラムダデルタ卿、
My master, Lady Lambda Delta.
お芝居へのご協力誠にありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for going along with this act.
面白かったわ。
It was fun.
例には及ばないわよ。
No need to thank me.
演技じゃないしね。
Plus, it wasn't an act. Berger still said something that was probably disturbing, but in her good mood, Erica didn't care a bit. That pudding for brains moron thinking he's done something so noble. I'll make you regret it.
さて、
Alright,
この封印ゆっくりと使わせてもらいましょう。
let's use these seals at our leisure.
ドラノールもお手柄でした。
You did great too, Delanor.
あんたバトラに信頼されてるみたいだから、あんたが言うとコロッと引っかかってくれますね。
It seems that Battler trusts you, so he believed every word she said. This is my face. This is my face. This is my reaction to this news. Me seeing Battler get tricked and taken advantage of for being a good person for the 50 millionth time.
まさか両親が痛むとか言い出しませんよね。
Don't tell me your conscience is hurting,
殺人人形の分際で。
you little murder doll.
いいえ。
No. Donor looked at Erica in a slightly lonely way. Then, after shaking her head slightly, her gaze turned hard, and she looked at the darkness Battler had disappeared into.
手加減なしの真剣勝負と分かっているはずなの。
He should have known that this was a no-holds-barred fight.
愚かなりバトラ卿。
How foolish, Lord Battler.
これは間違いなくあなたのおごりです。
This is, without a doubt, the result of your pride.
ミスター・バトラー、これは命取りです。
Mr. Battler, this will be fatal. Well, now I gotta root for Battler even harder now. The Battler in me roots for the Battler here even harder.
まずはおめでとうかな、フルフル。
So far, so good.
そうね。すべての恋人たちに強い意志の力があることが分かったのだもの。
Yeah, all the lovers clearly possess a strong will.
これは愛の勝利さ。
This is a victory for love.
それを僕らは称え合おう。
That we shall extol. Everyone had gotten used to these two overdramatic demons. George spoke quietly with an annoyed expression.
僕らがそれを称え合うのは、君たちの試練を勝ち残り、誰かが魔法の奇跡を授かる時だけだよ。
Only extol that after we've passed your trial and someone has been given the miracle of magic.
同感だぜ。
Oh, I wanted to see that. That's really good. Jessica says, I agree.
最初の試練は全員突破した。
We've all passed the first trial.
次は何だ？
What's next?
もう後には引けねえ。何だってやってやるぜ。
I won't hold back anymore. I'll do whatever it takes.
僕たちは負けません。
Yes, we won't lose.
私たちもです。
We won't lose either.
ああ、
Yeah.
もちろんバトラ君たちもだね。
And of course, same goes for Badlercoon's group.
無論だぜ。
Of course.
この中の誰だって譲られて勝利したいなんて甘えてる奴はいないはずだ。
I doubt anyone here is so naive that they hope to win by having the others forfeit.
そうですね。
Right.
辞退できる程度の弱々しい思いならば、今この場にいる資格はありません。
Anyone weak enough to drop out would have no right to be here right now. Even Beato, who seemed to be at the shakiest one of the six, was strongly determined. The two demons nodded at each other, taking note of the six's continued resolve.
それで次の試練は何だい？
So, what's the next trial?
まさかまだ決まってないなんて言うんじゃないだろうね。
Don't tell me you still haven't decided.
少しは脱落者が出ると思ってたからね。
My thought is that, okay, if we're... So, the people that were killed in the first Twilight essentially were all the people that were killed for this trial, right? Unless I'm mistaken, but I think I'm correct in this, right? I'm thinking through, I'm pretty sure I'm right. I wouldn't say it unless I was at least somewhat confident in saying that. So then, the second Twilight is what? The killer of the lovers. The killing of the people that are in love, or however the fuck the epitaph puts it. If that's the case, and in here, we've got 3 groups of people that love each other, and most of the people that died in the first Twilight would take out most of the other potential couples to die in the second Twilight. In my opinion, I assume the demon pair here, who say love wins constantly, I bet the trial is going to be some shape or form of a battle royale of sorts. A mono-y-mono or pair versus pair. I believe it might have to be something where a group, a couple, has to fight another couple, and then obviously whoever loses dies, and that fulfills the second Twilight, and also eliminates one of the couples out of this competition. That's my opinion on this. Because, like I said, if I'm looking at the list of people that are left, I don't know who else fits the whole... a couple for the second Twilight that loves each other. That would mean that Battler Beatrice wouldn't lose, thinking meta-wise. Right. So yeah, my thinking would have to be that either this is where we come to a head and we say either Jessica or George has to lose. They finally have to fight each other and we lose. Because Beatrice doesn't exist on the board and Battler's already dead. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, basically what I'm saying is... yes, I think either the Jessica and Cannon pair or the George and Shannon pair are going to meet their end here. And they will represent the second Twilight. And they will also lose the newlywed game. Well, we thought at least some of you would drop out.
まさか全員が残るとは思わなかったの。
We didn't think you would all remain.
これは愛ゆえの嬉しい奇跡の誤算。
What a happy, miraculous miscalculation due to love.
うせえぜ。
Shut up.
それで
So,
今度こそ脱落者を出すためにイストリゲームでも始めようってのか。
what about the Erica Nanjo pair? Honestly, if you said Nanjo and anyone else pair, it's already a cursed pair. By pairing Nanjo up with anyone, you've created a cursed pair. Are we going to play musical chairs or something to make sure someone drops out?
そう、まさにそのこと。
Yes, precisely that.
今度の試練では確実に一組にリタイアしてもらうことにしたよ。
I really hope they do play musical chairs. Literally just exactly that. Yep, musical chairs time. Let's go, everyone. We've decided to have this trial eliminate one group no matter what.
今度の試練は非分の第二の番にあやかり
This trial is the second twilight of the epitaph.
寄り添いし二人を引き裂け。
Tear apart the two who are close. Oh. Man, I literally spent like 2 minutes talking about how like, oh, I see where this is going. Oh, I'm so fucking clever. And then they just say the same thing that I said like 2 minutes later. You know, I try. Ah, let's all laugh at Austin. Oh, he thinks he's got everything figured out. It doesn't invalidate what I said though. True, true, I beat them just slightly. It's fine. I'm not hurt. I'm not upset. I don't get it.
ゼパル様、フルフル様、どういう試練ですか？
Zephyr-sama, Furfur-sama, what sort of trial is this?
まさか私たちに殺し合いをしろと。
Do you mean we're going to kill each other?
そりゃ手っ取り早いぜ。
That'd settle things quickly.
少々文明的ではないけどね。
Though it's not exactly civilized.
恋は肉食だぜ。
Love is for carnivores.
みんながみんな
Okay.
一緒に幸
I was
せに
thrown
な
off by
る
that.
ことは
Uh,
できないのですね。
I guess we can't all just find happiness together, can we?
そういうのをゼロサムゲームって言うんだよ。
This is what they call a zero-sum game.
経済用語だけどね。知ってるかい？
It's an economic word, but maybe you've heard of it.
あ、いえ、すみません。
No, my apologies.
ゼロサムゲーム。勝利も敗北も全てを相殺すればゼロになる。
Zero-sum game. So victory and losses all cancel out to end up with zero.
誰かが勝利を得るためには誰かに敗北を強いねばならない。
In order for someone to win, someone else must be forced to lose.
それが世界の冷酷な原理だ。
It's the ruthless way of this world.
みんながみんな
If only everyone
全員が幸せになれればいいのにな。
could be happy.
そんな理想の世界あるわけねえか。
There's no way an ideal world like that could exist.
あるよ
No, there is.
それは黄金鏡。
That is the Golden Land.
黄金鏡
The Golden Land?
何の話だよ。
What are you talking about?
そうだったな。
That's right.
黄金鏡に至れば全ての愛は満たされる。
If you reach the Golden Land, all love will be satisfied.
だがそこは天国や地獄と同じでこの世ならざる場所だ。
However, like heaven and hell, that's not a place in this world.
それはごめん被りたいね。
I wouldn't want that.
恋は現世で叶えるから意味がある。
Love has meaning because we find it in this world.
僕は死後に恋愛を成就させるための悲しい心中なんて断じて認めないね。
I could never support a sad lover's double suicide, where they're only reunited after death. That's deep, George. It's really deep.
愛を貫く。
I'll stick to my love in life.
何者にも負けない。
I won't lose to anyone.
ジョージさん
George-san. The door to the Golden Land can be opened by solving the epitaph's riddle. In that place, love and lives are all whole and can be revived, but... What?
話が脱線してる。
We're straying from the point.
それより第二の試練をさっさと教えてほしい。
Let's hear about the second trial now.
そうだぜ。
Right.
寄り添いし二人を引き裂けって何をさせる気だよ。
What are you trying to make us do with this tear apart the two who are close thing?
話はとてもシンプルさ。
It's quite simple.
恋人たちを引き裂くのは悲しき死の別れしかありえない。
The only possible way to tear apart two lovers is by the sad farewell of death.
6人のうち1人を殺すのが第2の試練さ。
The second trial involves killing one of the 6.
当然 殺された恋人たちは失格となって脱落するわ。
Of course, any lover with their partner killed is disqualified.
つまり確実に一組の恋人たちに脱落してもらう試練というわけさ。
In short, one group of lovers must fail during this trial.
殺すと簡単に言うが、
You say kill so easily.
どうしろってんだ。
What exactly are we supposed to do?
殺し合いをしてもいいし。
You can just fight to the death.
くじ引きか何かで決めてもいい。
Or you can decide by a lottery of some sort.
くじ引きで決めるなんて冗談じゃねえぜ。
Like hell we'd choose by drawing lots.
正々堂々と決闘しようじゃねえか。
Let's have a fair and square duel.
そうなるとゲームマスターのバトラ君と
Though if we do that, I imagine that Balor-kun, Game Master, and Beatrice, who is the Golden Witch even though her memory's gone,
記憶がないとはいえ黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが相当有利な気もするんだけどね。
will have a substantial advantage.
あ、どうでしょう。
Well, I wonder about that.
安心して。
Don't worry.
この試練ではみんなの力は完全に公平にさせてもらってるんだ。
For this trial, we have made everyone's powers equal.
ゲームマスターのバトラ卿でさえこの試練では全員と互角なの。
Even the Game Master, Lord Battler, is taking this trial on an even footing with everyone else.
それなら公平ですね。
In that case, it's fair.
完全に純粋に互角なのかい？
Is it completely and purely on an even footing?
ええ、完全に互角。
Yes, it's perfectly even.
1対1なら勝敗は時の運。
In a one-on-one matchup, victory would be decided by luck.
完全に互角だからね。
It's perfectly even.
決着にも時間がかかると思うわ。
So it'll probably take some time before it's settled.
だから優位な状況で襲うのがコツかな。
So, is the trick to attack when you're in a superior position, I wonder?
とことん時間をかけての決闘ももちろん素敵。
Duels that take time are, of course, wonderful.
誰が運任せで戦うもんか。
Why would anyone leave it up to luck?
自分に有利な状況で戦いたいに決まってるぜ。
Of course we want to fight in a situation to our advantage.
となると三つどもえ。
In that case, a three-way struggle?
これでは動けないのでは。
Won't that mean we're stuck? Beato was the first to notice. If the six are truly on an even footing and both willing and capable of winning, one pair would have to concentrate their attacks on a single person. If that happens, then the pair containing their target would, of course, band together and resist. In other words, it would never be 2 against 1. It would become 2 against 2 and a matter of luck. However, at that time, any third pair who happened to be watching this could team up with whatever pair they liked with no risk to themselves, defeating the opposing pair with certainty.
面倒な話だね。
It's definitely not like Prisoner's Dilemma. There's some other Prisoner's Dilemma equivalent, I thought, or some theory out there about like the whole like you have 3 opposing but equal forces and then only one of them has to lose and the other 2 can win and move on. And so how do you persuade that one person to join your side and not fall for the other person's side so easily to just overpower you? Third partying, I think that's what they call it in Apex at least. I might not even I definitely don't want people to think I'm talking about Prisoner's Dilemma. I know that's a very different thing. I'm just saying I thought there was some kind of like principle, a term for the principle of the social dilemma when you have 3 people that have to get whittled down to 2, and then you have to only just convey one person to side with you and just not the opposite person against you. But yeah, it's whatever. I don't need to know the term, I guess, but it is an interesting thought process because they're essentially saying, well, okay, because once you convince some person, then you can easily just, in theory, overpower or vote against the one person that's not one of the 2, and then you're fine. It's basically a speed. Can you convince the other person fast enough before the other person can get to him? Sounds troublesome.
先に動くことが有利ではないというわけか。
It means that moving first is disadvantageous. If you step forward and fight, it's a matter of luck. If you sit and wait for the others to start fighting, it's certain victory. A fight would never begin in this situation.
6人全員がそれぞれ隣同士と1対1で同時に戦えばいいんじゃないでしょうか。
I guess the way they're kind of presenting it is more of like you just put like the 3 groups in like a cage and let them, and you say fight and you don't let them talk about it beforehand. Because in my way, I'm thinking of like you have like a pre-stage where you could like talk to the individual people first and go, hey, we're going to team up against this person. But in this one, it's like, all right, we just drop them in a cage. And then and that's what George is saying. He's like, well, in that case, you would just have everyone wait. It's advantageous for everyone to just wait, see who attacks first, and then have that third person just come in, pick a side, and go. I digress. Maybe we could just have everyone fight the person next to them one-on-one.
誰かの決着がついた時点で試練は決着する。
Then, as soon as one fight is settled, the trial will be over. Unless everyone could abandon any naive hopes for a 2-on-1 fight, this trial would never begin and never end. In that case, if they made a gentleman's agreement and had everyone duel at once, it would be no different from drawing lots, and it would at least be even. See, and in this case, if I was a participant in this, I would say let's just random draw, because if we're all supposed to be even, it doesn't, exactly what Canon's saying, it doesn't matter. Plus, I'll take my chances. 2 out of 3 I win. That's better than 50% chance. I'll take those odds. Just more than a 50% chance of winning and I don't have to think any harder? Great. I'll take it. That won't work.
そうなったらみんな積極的に戦わず保身する。
If we do that, everyone will just defend instead of fighting proactively.
その間に誰かが負けてくれればいいのだから。
All they would need to do is wait for someone to lose before they do. Shannon's point was a sound one. If both fighters just glared at each other without attacking, then neither would lose. All they had to do was wait for someone other than themselves to lose first. This brought them back to the starting point. No one would fight proactively.
結局全員が動かず決着がつきません。
In the end, no one will move and nothing will be resolved.
全員の強さが互角という算数的状況のせいでパズルみたいになっちまったな。
Since there's this arithmetical situation where all have the same strength, it's almost like a puzzle.
そうだね。
True.
互いの強さが未知数なら決闘も面白かった。
It would have been an interesting duel if our strengths were unknown.
でも完全に互角と言い切られてしまったら決闘はじゃんけんと何も変わらない。
However, since we were told that we're perfectly even, this duel is no different than rock, paper, scissors.
ならいっそ6人全員でじゃんけんで決めますか。
In that case, why not use rock, paper, scissors to decide it?
バカ言え、そんなの嫌だぜ。
Are you crazy? I'm not gonna do that.
仮に誰かが負けたとして、そいつが潔く負けを認めるわけねえだろ。
Even if someone does lose, there's no way they'd accept their loss.
負けを認めないなら、じゃんけんの勝者たち4人に攻撃されることになる。
If they don't accept it, then they will be attacked by the 4 winners.
完全に互角なこの世界では、じゃんけんの敗者には生き残れる道理はない。
In the world where all are equal, losers will have no chance of surviving.
確かに。
True.
なんだなんだ。
Well now,
じゃんけんで決めるのが一番合理的だってのかよ。
is rock, paper, scissors actually the most reasonable way to settle this?
極めて合理的だよ。
It's extremely reasonable.
しかし自分の運命を乱数8世紀に託すような無謀ができるかと言われたら答えはノーだけれどね。
However, if you ask me whether I'd be reckless enough to entrust my fate to a random number generator, the answer is no. They're fools. They're all fools. Please do consider that problem.
それが私たちの出題する第2の試練。
This is the second trial we have for you.
考えて殺し合って。
Think and fight to the death.
誰を生贄にするか決めてほしい。
Please decide whom the sacrifice will be. Excellent. Okay, I need water. Give me just like, not even 2 minutes. I'm just gonna get water really quickly here. Just gonna mute myself.
To, 確かに考えられん話ではない。
Oh, did Kraus say something? Oh, is it because... It's because of the way the stream is set up. Everyone is just seeing the the frozen on the clock and the demons, but the actual game probably... Watch this. Watch this magic. Ah! Kraus! I assume we just changed the scene. We're at the we're back at the mansion. It's raining. Things of that nature. Kraus says, true, it isn't unthinkable. We're not, oh, never mind, we're not. We're still at the, yeah. Oh yeah, they're at the guest house. You're right. You're right. My mistake. This is the interior of the guest house. I should have known. I shouldn't have said mansion. When I said mansion, I mostly meant we're back in the game world. So I assume this is Kraus still pondering if it was the servants were in on this. Poisoned by air. Excuse me, by Erica. True, it isn't unthinkable. The servants are the most suspicious.
物的証拠があるわけではありませんから、縛ってクローゼットに放り込むわけにもいきません。
It isn't as though we have any physical evidence, so we can't tie them up and throw them in a closet.
ですから、銃を持った皆さんの常に目に届くところに置いて、よく見張る必要があります。
So, we need to make sure that they're always within sight of those with guns, and that we keep an eye on them at all time.
兄貴、マスターキーも回収した方がいい。
Aniki, we should also gather the master keys.
あの密室も使用人たち以外には作れるわけがないんだ。
Only the servants could have created those closed rooms.
使用人たちしか知らない構造や道具などで、きっとチェーンロックをどうにかできたに違いない。
It must have done something with the chain locks using some tool or arrangement that only the servants know about.
皆は長く勤めてくれているものばかりだ。
They've all served us for a long time.
私には到底彼らが殺人を犯すとは思えんのだ。
I can hardly imagine that they would commit murder.
金蔵さんの寿命もわずかで、遺産問題で大きく揺れているそうですね。
Kinzo-san's life is nearly over, and I hear that the inheritance problem is still very shaky.
それに加え、10トンの黄金がどこかに隠されているなんて話もあるそうじゃないですか。
Add on that story about 10 tons of gold being hidden somewhere.
それらの分け前にありつけるなら、人は罪を犯せるかもしれません。
A possible payoff like that might be enough to convince certain people to commit a crime.
考えたくはないが、クソ親父のおかしなオカルト儀式って可能性もある。
I don't want to think about it, but there's also a chance that the old bastard is running some bizarre cult ceremony.
片翼の使用人たちは親父の手先で殺人の実行者かもな。
The servants of the One Wing are his pawns, and they might have been the ones to carry out the murders.
親父はどうなんだ。
How about Dad, anyway?
まだ連絡は取れないのか。
Have we been able to contact him yet? No.
内線電話も通じないのだ。
The extension line isn't working either.
犯人に壊されたのかもしれない。
The culprits may have broken it.
それに親父殿は不機嫌になると電話の受話器を外していることがよくある。
And father does sometimes leave the receiver off the hook when he's in a bad mood.
ノックをしてもその不機嫌な返事があるだけだった。
When I knocked, I only received a grumpy reply.
連絡は取れんが、あの書斎はシェルターも同然だ。
I can't contact him, but that study is well protected.
むしろ安全だから閉じこもってくれた方がいいだろう。
It's probably safer there, so it might be best to have him stay there. Flustered, Crouch tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, hadn't made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the conversation didn't progress any further at this point. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious.
いずれにせよ、使用人たちを野放しにはできね
え。Anyway, we can't let the servants go unsupervised.
それでさっき秀吉兄さんとも相談したんだが、2階に2部屋に分かれて全員で籠城しようということになったんだ。
I've already talked with Hideyoshi-san about this, but we decided to split everyone into 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and hole up in there.
なぜ2部屋なのかね。
Why 2 rooms?
1部屋の方が心強いだろうが。
Wouldn't one room be more secure?
さすがに一部屋に12人もの人間では窒息します。
Well, if you try to stick 12 people in one room, they'd suffocate.
そして最も注意すべき人物だけを隔離したいという思惑もあります。
It would also be best to isolate the people we need to keep the closest eye on.
使用人の頭である源氏さん、一番体格のいい豪太さん。
There's Genji-san, the head of the servants, Goto-san, the largest one there.
若輩とはいえ、カノンさんも男性です。
And though he's just a kid, Ken-san is a boy.
この3人を特にマークすべきだと思う。
I think we need to pay those 3 special attention, Aniki.
そこでこの3人を隔離し、俺と兄貴で監視する。
This way, we can isolate that group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them.
2丁の銃。俺と兄貴なら、とっさの時、連携もできる。
With 2 guns, a pair of us could cooperate on a moment's notice.
少しでもおかしな動きを見せたら、ズドンだ。
If they make even a single suspicious move, boom.
わかった。そうしよう。
I understand. Let's do that.
だがルドルフ、
But Rudolph,
彼らが犯人であると決まったわけではない。
we cannot be certain that they're the culprits.
あまり高圧的にはなるな。
Don't be too pushy.
兄貴に高圧的になるな。か。
You're telling me not to be pushy?
そりゃ俺たちも老けるわけだぜ。
We must be getting old.
今、上で秀吉さんに部屋分けをしてもらっています。
Right now, Hideyoshi-san is upstairs, dividing everyone into the 2 rooms.
隔離者たちをいとこ部屋に集め、他はその隣の部屋へ集めます。
We'll gather the ones being isolated in the cousin room, and the others will go into the next room over.
そうだ、兄貴。ジェシカちゃんなんだ
Ah, right, Aniki. What about Jessica-chan?
が、兄貴と一緒の部屋がいいと言って聞かない。
Kress feels pretty reasonable. Yeah, he's at least being somewhat level-headed. Or, I guess, slightly more level-headed than Rudolph. Rudolph already seemingly has been pushed a little further. I think that was kind of established that he's more upset because he lost both his son and Kairi. He seemed pretty upset. The fact that he couldn't share his news to Erica, or not Erica. I said Erica, I see Erica on the screen. To Kairi and Battler, I guess, before they died. But, yeah. Rudolph does seem like he's been swindled just a bit more to Erica. By Erica. Alright, Nikki, what about Jessica-chan? She insists on being in the same room as you.
Jessica.
Jessica.
隔離のいとこ部屋が5人、隣の部屋7人の部屋割りでしたからね。
We were planning on to have 5 people in the cousin room and 7 in the next room over.
ジェシカさんがいとこ部屋を希望するなら、ちょうど半々になります。
If Jessica-san wants to go to the cousin room, it'll be split clean down the middle.
狼と羊のパズルで言うなら、 今は使用人狼が3匹にクラウスさん、ルドルフさんの羊が2匹。
If this was a wolves and sheep puzzle, there are now 3 servant wolves and you 2 sheep in that room.
ジェシカさんを加えた方が確かにバランスがいいとは思います。
If you add in Jessica-san, it'll be balanced out. For a while, Kraus crossed his arms in thought. The cousin room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency like this, he wanted to have his daughter where he could see her.
一緒にいさせたらどうだ？
Let's let her stay with us.
俺たちが良い父、良い叔父でいるために必要なリミッターの役かもしれねえぜ。
We might need her there to make sure we remain good dads and uncles.
そうだな。
Yes.
私も今は理性的なふりをしている。
At the moment, even I am only trying to act in a rational manner.
しかしいつ妻を失った悲しみを怒りに置き換えないとは限らん。
But I can't guarantee that my sadness at losing my wife won't change to anger. Even without any physical evidence, the servants are certainly most suspicious. During the long wait, the 2 men's wariness and anger and sadness might make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent such a thing from happening.
それがいいと思います。
I think that's a good idea.
私も賛成です。
I approve as well.
同感だ。
I agree.
子供を失うのは俺とローザだけで十分だ。
It's enough that only Rosa and I lose children.
ルドルフ。
Rudolph. In this way, all the survivors except Kinzo split into 2 groups and holed up in 2 rooms on the guest house 2nd floor. One group was in the cousin room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Cannon, and Goda. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Najo, and Erika. Let me see these room splits again. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Cannon, Goda. Okay. Other Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Najo, Erika. Alright, so this is the losers room. The fucking nerds. We got the cool people's room. The cool kids table. In my opinion. And then the losers. 6 people here too. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off, and they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report said that the typhoon would make the ocean rough all the next day. When such a thing happens, the ferry boat takes the day off. So, it would probably be 2 days before the boat came in. In other words, they would need to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. While Erika and the others held their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the siege. The sudden tragedy had everyone on edge, but it was already well after 2 in the morning. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away.
さすがだな。
Not bad.
探偵権限がないにもかかわらず、うまく場を支配しているぜ。
Even without the detective's authority, you've managed to take control pretty cleverly.
冷静を書いた男など、感情むき出しの犬と同じです。
A man who's lost his cool is no different from an emotional dog.
適切に扱えば、簡単にコントロール可能です。
If you treat them properly, it's easy to control them. One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. Because of this, Erika, who was both a guest and a young girl, had been able to order a large number of dolts around at will. However, she didn't have that power this time. So, Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men.
探偵権限も魔法と同じだな。
The detective's authority is the same as magic.
できないことはやれないってわけだ。
You cannot do anything that's impossible for you.
エリカにそれだけの力があったから認められていたというわけか。
So, I guess Erika was only acknowledged as such because she already had that much power.
魔法とは決して怠惰で無力な人間に与えられるものではないのですね。
Magic is not something that is given to lazy or powerless humans.
そうだ。
Right.
むしろ人知れぬ努力を隠せるやつこそが魔女と呼べるんだろうぜ。
On the contrary, people who can hide their great efforts are the ones we call witches. The absolute nature of the detective's authority can affect even magic. However, a convenient power probably hadn't been given to Erica easily. I probably have to acknowledge it. Even if she isn't given a special power by the witch she serves, she's capable of quite a lot on her own.
しかしエリカ、どうして2部屋に分けた？
But Erica, why do you split them into 2 rooms?
てっきり1部屋に全員を集めるとばかり思っていたぜ。
I figured you'd try to gather everyone into one room.
探偵権限があればそうしました。
I would have if I had the detective's authority.
これは自由捜査権を確保するための一手です。
This is a move to preserve my right to investigate at will. I probably should have looked closer at the split in the room, shouldn't I have? Damn it. I can't go back further. I wanted to see... Fuck. I wanted to see the split in relation to the people that are currently competing in that love game. I wanted to see how those were split. Because for some reason I think that... I don't know how necessarily, but for some reason that is what interests me. Kraus, let's see. Chat says Kraus, Rudolph, Genji, Goda, Canon, Jessica. So Canon and Jessica are together in that room. So then that would obviously mean that then Shannon and George are in the other one. Alright, I was trying to see if one of them were going to be one was split and one wasn't split, but that's not the case. Hideyoshi, Erica, Kunasawa, Shannon, George, Nanjo. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. Maybe I'm thinking too hard. Maybe it means nothing. Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe it means something, just not what I'm thinking at the moment. Okay. Is that it? I see. Not bad. Since Erica was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time and investigate the victims at the crime scenes at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scenes once, in huge rush as she ran through the mansion, but that probably hadn't been perfect. However, they wouldn't have to have let a guest into the crime scenes, so she had no other choice back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more, in part so that she could check the closed rooms and causes of death more closely.
それが2部屋に分かれて籠城するのとどう関係があるのでしょう?
How is that related to splitting everyone into 2 rooms?
そこは奴が口車でうまいことやるのさ。
Because she'll be able to trick them with it?
見てな。
Watch.
ええ、そのためだけに2部屋に分けたのですから。
Yes, that's the only reason I split them into 2 rooms. I think she's lying. I don't believe her. The cousin room was filled with quiet tension. This room had 6 people. Kraus, Jessica, and Rudolph. And then the most suspicious ones, the male servants Genji, Kennen, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus' shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take some time before she could accept her mother's death. Kennen thought that this was the sort of time he would stay by Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but his inner emotion showed clearly in his eyes. So, Genji, Kennen, and Goda didn't have to ask to realize that they were suspected. Sometimes, Goda asked to help in an attempt to get on their good side and correct this misunderstanding, but it seemed to have been having the opposite effect. Poor Goda. The best option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there were also 6 people. Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, Kumasawa. The format of the room and their constricted atmosphere were the same as the cousin room, but even so, it was relatively calm there. Just a room of bad energy right there. I don't know. I mean, story-wise, the other room is supposed to be the most suspicious one, right? It's got the 2 guys with the guns, and it's got what they were deeming as the 3 potentially most powerful servants, right? But for some reason, I just look at the people in this room, and I'm like, I would not want to be in this room. Don't put me in this room. For the love of God. George sat holding Shannon, who was darkly hanging her head the whole time. The vibes just seem way off, more off for some reason in this room, and I feel like that shouldn't be what I say, but the other one seems like it's probably supposed to be more tense, but... Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation. We don't know how many enemies there are. However, we have guns with us. And of course, I've shot guns before. I'm not talking about the Hawaii Shooting Center here. It's been long enough that I can confess, but I once defiantly fired off one of them occupying forces pistols. You see, back then, the black market was controlled by foreign gangsters. He probably wanted to make everyone feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times, which had gotten more extravagant each time they'd heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality. Why has a crime like this happened? I hope the boat comes tomorrow. That seems unlikely. Looks as though we'll be staying here for 2 nights. Now is a good time to get some sleep. My nerves aren't dull enough to let me sleep soundly in a situation like this. George-sama. The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands, as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story, which he had grown quite engrossed with. Sorry, I'm going to the cousin room for a second. There's one little thing I just need to check on with the servants over there. Can't you use the phone? You just need to dial the room number. Oh, have you forgotten? Seems the culprit has broken the phones. Wait, you don't mean... You found some kind of contradiction in their testimonies. Up until this point, Erika had spent a lot of time giving the impression that she behaved like a detective. So, Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime. It'll be easy to check, but it might be a huge lead. I'll be back before long. Please don't let anyone leave this room. Even though it's the next room over, it's too dangerous to go alone. You sure you don't want to take someone with you? Erika's like, yeah, I'm positive I don't want to take anyone. Thanks for offering. We can't trust the servants or Naja-san completely.
秀吉さんはこの部屋の責任者。
You're in charge of this room.
ジョージさんも秀吉さんをサポートできる優秀な男手です。
George-san is needed to support you.
誰も避けません。
There's no one left.
大丈夫です。探偵は襲われないって決まってますから。
Don't worry, the detective never gets attacked. Erica had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that this was just next door and wouldn't be a problem.
小1時間ほどで。いや、
After an hour? No.
あまりうろちょろするのも不用心ですね。
Better not to wander around too much.
朝まで隣にいます。
I'll stay over there until morning.
明るくなってから戻ってくる方がいいですよね。
It'll be better if I wait until it gets light before I come back.
その通りや。
Good thinking.
気をつけてな。
You be careful now.
お隣の部屋に行くだけなのに。
It's just a little trip to the next room over.
この部屋、よろしくお願いします。
Take good care of this room.
誰も外へ出さないでください。
Please don't let anyone go aside.
この部屋を出るあらゆる理由がないよう、あらゆるものを運び込んだのですから。
We've already brought everything we need up here, so there's no reason for anyone to leave. Food, drinks, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. They could last 48 hours without lacking for anything.
わかっとる。
I know.
この部屋におるんは身を守るためだけやない。
We aren't just here to protect ourselves.
ひょっとしたらおるかもしれない犯人を見張る意味もあるの。
We're also on the lookout for the culprit, if he's among us.
よくわかっとる。
I understand.
グッドです。
Good.
ではどうかよろしくお願いします。
Goodbye then.
エリカちゃん、どこへ？
Where are you going, Erica-chan?
表には誰も出ない約束だよ。
We promised that no one would go outside.
ああ、エリカちゃんはちょっと特別な用事を思い出してな。
Oh, Erica-chan remembered something important she had to do.
隣へ行く。
She's going to the next room over.
大丈夫、平気や。
Don't worry, she'll be fine. Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erica's actions and motives. Oh, jeez. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised.
大丈夫。
It's okay.
誰もおらんで。
No one's there.
ここまでで結構です。
That's far enough.
あなたが部屋を出ると同時にシャノンさんが豹変してジョージさんを人質に取らないとも限りませんよ。
For all we know, Shannon-san might take George-san hostage as soon as you leave the room, right?
今こうして彼らに背中を向けているのさえ少々不用心です。
It's careless even just showing your back to them, as you're doing now.
そう、せやな。
You're right.
じゃあ用心するんやで。
Then be careful.
後でわしにも話を聞かせてや。
Tell me all about it later.
はい。
Sure.
それでは。
Bye then. Erica closed the door, pushing Hideyoshi back inside. She then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes opened wide. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. In this way, Erica was able to gain several hours during which all the suspects were sealed up, and she alone was free.
ようやく自由捜査権を得ました。
Finally! I can investigate to my heart's content.
その前に
But first,
後ろ宮バトラ
Ishiromiya Battler.
フルネームで呼ぶな。
Don't use my full name.
ここで登場人物全員の所在確認をさせてください。
Allow me to confirm the location of all characters present.
復唱要求です。
Repeat it.
無論これにも答える義務はねえぜ。
Of course, I'm not obligated to respond, remember?
その場合は私が見てない間に部屋を抜け出し、その人物が今後起こるだろう不思議な事件の実行者だと主張しきるだけです。
If you don't, I'll just say that someone sneaked out while I wasn't looking, and that this person was responsible for the bizarre crimes that are sure to follow.
不可能犯罪を見せたいならまずは所在確認に応じるべきです。
If you want to show me an impossible murder, you should first confirm their locations.
いいだろう。
Sure, why not?
一応は聞いてやるぜ。言ってみろ。
I'll listen, at least. Let me hear.
いとこ部屋に対し隣の籠城部屋をこれより隣部屋と呼称します。
From now on, instead of repeating the barricaded room next to the cousin room, let's just say the next room over.
よろしいですね。
Does that work for you?
わかりやすいな。了解した。
Sounds simple enough. Got it.
それで
And?
今からする所在確認は生死を問いません。
When I check everyone's locations as I'm about to, I'm not concerned with whether they're alive or dead.
体の所在と考えてください。
Think of it as the location of their body.
そしてもちろん現時点でのことです。
And of course, I'm referring to the current point in time.
では参ります。
Here we go.
第1の番の犠牲者6人の所在は発見場所の通りである。
The 6 first Twilight victims are located at the places where they were discovered.
夏日は自室、エヴァは貴賓室、キリエはクラウスの書斎、ローザとマリアは客間で、あんたは客室。
Natsui is in her room, Eva's in the VIP room, Kyrie's in Krause's study, Rosa and Maria are in the parlor, and you are in the guest room.
まさかこの時点でもうこの程度のことも復唱拒否ですか？
Don't tell me you're already going to refuse.
いいぜ。
Don't worry,
それを認める。
I acknowledge it. First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms that had been shown by the Witch's Side illusion.
グッと
Good.
続けます。
I'll continue.
隣部屋に所在するのは秀吉、ジョージ、シャノン、熊沢、南條である。
Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are in the next room over.
認める。
Acknowledged. With that, the humans in the room Erica had just left had been specified. Carefully checking even obvious things like this or that was most basic part of playing on the human side.
グッと
Good.
続けます。
I'll continue.
いとこ部屋に所在するのはそれ以外の全員である。
Everyone else is in the cousin room. The word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. The intuition he'd built up from all his previous games told him not to answer this one instantly.
拒否する。
I refuse.
それを認めるっていうと、金蔵の遺体もいとこ部屋の中にあるって論法になっちまうからな。
Acknowledging that would mean that Kinzo's corpse would also have to be in the cousin room.
あ、失礼。
Ah, pardon me.
金蔵はすでに存在しないことが確定していますから、全員という言葉からは抜いて考えてください。
It has already been shown that Kinzo no longer exists, so please remove him from the word everyone.
なぜいとこ部屋だけ全員という言い方をする？
Why are you using the word everyone for the cousin room alone? What is she planning?
クラウス以下6人の名前を個別に挙げて所在確認をすればいい。
Why are you so vague?
なぜそんなアバウトな言い方で？
When you could just mention the names of Kraus and the other 5 individually.
6人の名前をいちいち読み上げるのが面倒くさいからです。
It would just be too much of a pain to read out all their names.
それとも何か？
Or is there something wrong?
全員という言葉だと何か問題のあるトリックでもあるんですか？
Does using the word everyone create a problem with some trick of yours? If Battler had been told to repeat Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Cannon are in the cousin room, he would probably have acknowledged it with the red, without thinking too much about it. Of course, normally, Erica would have mentioned the names of everyone inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler had paused, feeling some kind of unease because of that unexpected demand in the word everyone.
私と金蔵を除き17人いる島で
Excluding Kinzo and me, there are 17 people on this island.
6人が殺されて屋敷に横たわり隣部屋に5人がいる。
6 were killed and are lying in the mansion, and 5 are in the next room over.
となれば 残る6人はいとこ部屋にいる。
And the remaining 6 are in the cousin room.
これが正常な考えでしょ。
That's a reasonable assumption to make, right?
しかし
However,
17人いる島だから6を引いて5を引いてさらに6を引けばちょうど0になって所在不明の人間は0になるという思い込みは大変危険です。
there are 17 people on the island, so if we subtract 6, then 5, then 6 again, we're left with 0 humans whose locations have not been checked. But that sort of assumption would be extremely dangerous.
バトラさんもこの辺の名前と人数のトリックで第3のゲームの南條殺しで散々苦しめられたはずです。
I'm pretty sure that this sort of trick involving names and numbers of people caused you a lot of trouble with Nanjo's murder in the 3rd game.
そうだな。
Good point.
あの時のトリックは18人分の名前と実際に存在する18人が食い違うことで。
That trick worked because the 18 names given didn't match up with the 18 people who actually existed.
未知の人物が混入する余地を許していた。
Leaving room to add in an unknown person.
そういうことです。
Exactly.
ですから名前だけでの所在確認は安心できないわけです。
And so, I can't feel secure just by checking their locations by name.
そこで私は全員という言葉を採用することにしました。
That's why I use the word everyone.
この言葉はまだ私が想像もしていないバトラさんの新しいトリックを未然に防ぐことさえできるのです。
That word can prevent you from using a new trick that I haven't even thought of.
なるほどな。
I see.
うまいやり方だぜ。
Pretty crafty of you. Pretty sneaky, sis. If Balor was planning a new trick where the names and number of people would be used to create false alibis, like the murder of Nanjo in the 3rd game, even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he cleverly managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people...
例えばですが、
For example,
この島に未知の暗殺者 X が紛れ込んでいるとします。
let's say that an unknown assassin X is hiding on this island.
仮にその X の名をプルプルピコマルと名付けましょう。
Let's call him Puru Puru Pico Man.
なるほどな。
I see.
全員の名を挙げて所在確認をしても、プルプルピコマルとやらはその網にかからないってわけだ。
Even if you list everyone's names and check their locations, this Puru Puru Pico Man guy would fall outside the net.
そういうことです。
Precisely.
この島には17人しかいない。そして17人の所在はここであるとされても、
Even hearing there are only 17 people on this island, and here are the locations of 17 people,
それだけでは不十分なわけです。
is insufficient.
前科もあるわけですからね。
There's already a precedent for this.
しかし全員というのはあまりに範囲の広すぎる言い方です。
However, the word everyone is just too broad.
他の言い方でうまく言い直せないでしょうか。
Can't you word it a little better?
いや、ここで全員という言葉から逃げると。
No. If we run away from the word everyone here,
エリカはそれを根拠に、すべての犯人をプルプルピコマルとやらの仕業で逃れきっちまう可能性がある。
there's a chance that Erica will be able to use that as a basis for making Puru Puru Pico Man the culprit for everything.
かつての俺も、お前との戦いで、未知の18人目 X だけを根拠に、複数の謎にくさびを打ったことがある。
In my old fights with you, I also nailed several riddles with no basis other than the unknown 18th person X.
全員という言葉の重み。
The word everyone is significant.
よーく考えてお返事くださいね。
Make sure you think very carefully first. Erica wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. If I don't crush any chances for this ridiculously named Puru Puru Pico Man right now, he'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was the move I liked to use in my old games with Beato. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on the unknown 19th person X. Because of that, Beato had restricted the number of people on the island, making it necessary to eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time is the same. So, just like Beato did, I need to get rid of any leeway in which that X can exist. The number of people on the island has already been announced, but since she's suspecting tricks involving names and numbers of people, saying the same thing again won't satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to her demand and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it, and though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn. After insulting Beato so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm getting this pressure just having to deal with a single line to repeat.
Distraction ですね。
Deflection, right?
チェス用語のか。
You mean the chess term?
はい。
Yes.
敵の駒に圧力をかけ、移動を強いて、敵陣形を自らに崩させる手法のことです。
It's a technique of putting pressure on an enemy piece, forcing it to move and making them weaken their own position.
全員というあまりに広域で強力な駒に私は移動を強いているわけです。
I'm threatening you with the broad and powerful piece called everyone, pressuring you to move. She said deflection, but the auto literally said distraction in English. I thought I had picked up on that, and I was like, oh. I didn't like comment, but yeah, I was like, yeah, it's funny. No, I already read that.
バトラさんにとってはこれによって生存者全員のアリバイが完全に保証され
With this, Battler-san will be able to perfectly guarantee alibis for all of the survivors.
以後の不可能犯罪を私に言い逃れさせないことが可能となるでしょう
And it will probably make it possible for him to trap me in the later impossible crimes.
何を恐れます？あなたにとって強力な一手じゃありませんか
What exactly are you afraid of? Shouldn't this be a powerful move for you?
しかしそれはお前が敷いた上での手だ。
But it's a move that you're pressuring me to make.
お前はそれによって俺の何かの陣形を崩そうとしている。
You're trying to make me weaken my own position in some way.
どんな妙手も相手に望まれたならそれは悪手に同じです。
No matter how good a move seems, it's a bad move when it's what your opponent wants.
しかしここで全員という言葉を避けることも難しい。
However, it'll be hard to avoid the word everyone here. The red truth can cut the weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I also learned quickly that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack.
赤き真実は殿下の宝刀か。
Yes, the red truth is a trump card, a treasured sword.
ベアとの気持ち、今は痛いくらいにわかる。
Now I'm painfully aware of how Beato felt. It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used unnecessarily. Using it carelessly will end up cornering the witch side instead.
どうします？
What will you do?
保留でも結構ですよ。
We can put this on hold if you want.
いや、
No.
わかった。認める。
Okay. I acknowledge it.
それ以外の全員がいとこ部屋にいることを認める。
I acknowledge that everyone else is in the cousin room. He's got the balls. He's got the balls to say it. Good.
ありがとうございます、バトラさん。
Thank you very much, Battler-san.
実に美しくバッサリです。
Beautifully done.
困りました。
Thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm in trouble.
この状況で魔女からの手紙が現れたりなんかしたら、一体誰を疑えばいいのやら。
If a letter from a witch comes in this situation, just who could I suspect? She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in placing a huge opening move. In a witch's game, even a single mistake can be fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't get a piece back once you've moved it. That last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken.
所在確認はこれで十分のはずだ。
That should be enough of confirming positions.
ゲームを進めてもらおうか。
Shall we continue the game?
そうします。
Yes, we shall.
ドラノール
Delanor!
はい、エリカ卿。
She's like, boom, she arrives with a thud as she gets summoned. Yes, Lady Erica.
それでは早速始めましょう。
Let's get started right away.
慈悲深いゲームマスター様がくださった権利を。
Let's use the privilege our merciful game master has given us.
はい、心得ております。
Yes, understood.
ガートルード、コーネリア。
Gertrude, Cornelia,
3部屋許された権利のうちの2部屋分を行使します。
use 2 rooms worth of the 3 sets of seals we were given.
金系慎んで。
Let it be known that
了解するものなりや。
we understand.
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印。
Seal the cousin room and the next room over.
これで犠牲者以外の全員を封じました。
With this, everyone's been sealed except for the victims.
これ以降何が起こっても封印の中の人間たちは問題となりません。
No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be a problem. Put that tape on the doors. Put it on.
扉、窓の封印により、
By the seals on the doors and windows,
いとこ部屋、隣部屋の両部屋の密封は保証されました。
the complete sealing of both the cousin room and the next room over has been guaranteed. For just an instant, a red longsword had returned to Delanor's hand. She had been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth that she'd finally gained. When the fight concerned these 2 sealed rooms from now on, Delanor would be able to use the merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the game master in half. For a while, Erica and Delanor just grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes.
上席補佐官。
Senior aide,
慎んでお尋ね立てまつる。
allow me to ask a question.
何か。
What is it?
人間側プレイヤーは魔女の出題を人間の仕業で読み解くのが戦い方と知るものなりや。
The players on the human side are to interpret questions proposed by the witch as being the work of humans.
あなたにそう言いまし。
You are not mistaken.
なれば、なぜにエリカ卿と上司ドラノールは
If that is so, why are Lady Erica and Commander Delanor
犯行の余地ある人間を自ら減らすように戦うなりや。
fighting to lower the number of humans who can commit crimes? Cornelia's question was a very simple one. Those 2 had made this move boldly, making it sound like it was a powerful one, almost as though it would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erica was just strangling her own neck.
これよりどのような事件が起こるかもまだわからぬと知りたまん。
We still don't know what sort of crime will occur in the future.
むしろ所在を確定させない人間が多い方が人間に有利ではないかと推測するものなりや。
Would it not be more advantageous to the humans if there are more people whose locations are not specified?
今はまだ。今日も上司主席もそれを明かす段階にないと知りたてまつる。
Know that now is not yet the time for the lady or the commander to reveal their thoughts.
死後陳謝するものなり。
Know your place, Cornelia. I apologize for my idle chatter. I'll shut up now. Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, when trying to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had desperately tried to break free from that closed room, using various methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, closed rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed closed rooms, and humans destroyed and denied them. That should have been the standard tactic of this game. And yet, Erica created closed rooms herself, sealing a full 11 humans in them. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people when explaining all the later tricks. Just what is Erica cooking? In the past, Balor had confirmed the location of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break closed rooms, A completely different situation. Cornelia definitely doesn't know. She's unaware. Why had Erica taken these 11 people, who were also her pieces, and sealed them in a closed room? Cornelia hadn't experienced enough fights to understand this move. Alright, the game has said it enough. We should, we'll flash it. Dun 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 dun. Understand this move, which looked as though they were trapping themselves. A disturbing move. What on earth is Erica planning? It isn't necessarily an attack. In chess and shogi. Strengthening the guard around your king is an excellent strategy. In other words, the seals around those two rooms aren't an attack, but a guard? That seems likely. Thanks to that, it's hard to lay a hand on the survivors. It'll be tough to carry out the second twilight. Ah, I see. Which side has an advantage when more riddles are presented? Yeah. After all, if even one riddle goes unsolved, the witch wins. Each new closed room we present increases our advantage. The riddles that the witch side sets up are equivalent to attacks. The human side must perfectly intercept all of those. It's almost like a penalty shootout, where letting a single point slip by means defeat. So, the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch's side perspective, the strategy was simple but effective. What made Bieto incredible was how she'd bluffed and sneered at this tactic, as though it was completely useless. On the inside, she must have been so worried over how to break down all these barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that. I see. So strengthen your guard to make it hard for a crime to occur is one way for the human side to fight. However, that's a simple move. The great detective, Fruto Erica, wouldn't have looked so confident after playing a move like that. Would Erica be happy after playing a defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erica was playing defensively. I'm sure that this is an attack, not a move made for defense. Though I don't know what kind of attack it is. Next is our move. What shall we do? Okay, I hate to... God, I'm going back to like an hour ago, alright? But let me just put this out there. I was over there freaking out when Battler got allegedly swindled by the threesome of Erica, Bernie, and Lambda. What are the chances that Battler completely is aware? I gotta say, now thinking about it, I've been thinking about it since it was reeled. And now I want to plant a flag. I think he's just allowing them to think he got swindled. I think he's got this. I think it's happened one too many times to him in the past. I think at some point he was like, I'm never gonna allow this to happen again. I'm not gonna let someone I learned from the best. I learned from Bieto, the master at manipulating my emotions and my mentality, and I'm not gonna let it happen again. And I'm now firmly starting to really think the game and the story wants us to believe Battler was swindled there. But I think he's actually cooking. He's cooking up a Michelin 5-star fucking Gordon Ramsay meal right here. And he is going to just clown these guys when they think they were able to swindle him, and in fact, it's going to be a counter swindle. I'm calling it now. I think that last time where he was humiliated by Beato or whatever, however long ago that was, the last time where he was like, where he got absolutely humiliated, I think he learned there. I think he was like, I'm not. And like, when you, like, how dope of a thing would it be for him to say, like, it comes back and somehow them swindling the tape or whatever situation from him, he's able to be like, yeah, I allowed you guys to have that. I knew you guys were trying to just get something out of me. How dope would it be if he's able to say, like, yeah, I learned from the best. That old Beato, you guys are nothing compared to her when it comes to manipulating of emotions like that. You guys are nothing. You guys are nothing compared to old Beato. Sorry, I hate to dig right back up to old news at this point, but I'm convinced. Anyway, just have to put that out there. Next is our move. What shall we do?
とりあえず表向きは奴は第一の番の推理ではなく第二の番を防ぐための守りに手番を費やした。
For the moment, she has, at least apparently, spent her turn on strengthening her guard to stop the second twilight, instead of reasoning about the first twilight.
押さば引け、引かば押せだ。
If they push, pull back. If they pull back, push.
ならこっちは攻めていくしかない。
In that case, it's time for us to attack.
しかしどう攻めればいいやら。
But how should we attack?
ゲストハウスはかなりの守りになっています。
The guest house is well guarded.
そうだな。ゲストハウスの全域が今やエリカの支配下に見える。
Yes, it appears as though the entire guest house is now under Erica's control.
しかし、ビショップやナイトのように敵陣に食い込むのを得意とする駒だっていろいろある。
However, there are certain pieces, like the pointy guys and the horsey guys, whose specialty is cutting behind enemy lines. Battler snapped his fingers, and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, then flew in front of the chessboard, trailing gold sparks behind it. It landed without a sound, then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness.
X-ray.
X-ray. That's also a chess term.
はい。
Yes, it's a high-level technique.
一見敵の支配下に見えるマスが、
It's when a square seems to be under an enemy's control.
実際は自分の駒が十分に影響力を効かせていることを見透かして攻撃する高等技法です。
But you spotted that your own pieces actually have enough influence over it, so you attack. I apologize. I apologize, Battler. I was unfamiliar with your game. I was unfamiliar with your chess game.
エリ
カ。Erica.
生存者をすべて密閉し、次なる俺の攻撃を防げると本気で信じている。
If you really believe that you can stop my next attack by sealing up all the survivors,
それは甘い考えだ。
That's just naive. Battler raised his new black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines. How will you handle it? This is my response. What is it, though? What is it going to take the form of? Shape of? Form of? Oh, golf clubs.
羽が伸ばせます。
Now I can finally stretch my wings.
まずは屋敷に深夜の散歩と参りましょうか。
First off, let's take a midnight stroll to the mansion.
殺人犯が潜んでいるかもしれない不気味な屋敷にこのような深夜に散歩とは。
You would take a stroll in the middle of the night to an eerie mansion where a killer might be hiding?
酔狂な御人です。
You must be very insane.
とんでもない。
Not at all.
ようやく得た自由時間じゃないですか。
I worked so hard to get this time to myself, didn't I?
今の私はプール授業の後の自由時間みたいにワクワクしています。
It feels like free time after a swimming lesson. Now that Burnt Crystal was nowhere in sight, Erica was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she was spreading her wings. Dylan knew what she was risking, that she was risking her own destruction in this game, and she was not in a favorable position by any means. Dylan could do nothing but assist Erica, so that she could fight to the best of her abilities.
よし。
All right.
ゲストハウス1階の戸締まりも完璧ですね。
The locks on the first floor of the guest house are perfect.
玄関もちゃんとチェーンロックで封じられています。
The entrance is sealed up with a chain lock. Before leaving the guest house, Erica did a check on the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight and umbrella in the servant room next to the guest house.
では参りましょう。
Then let's go.
え？
Yeah.
まずは6人の死因くらいは確定しなくちゃ。
We at least have to check the cause of death for all 6. She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in.
風はだいぶあるようです。
It appears to be quite windy still.
まあ、この体など私にとって肉の売り。
Well, this body is just a cage of flesh to me.
濡れようが冷えようがどうでもいいことです。
I don't care if it gets wet or cold. Same. I'm always saying that.
行きましょう。
Frequently, daily. Let's go. When Erica dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. Aha! Ahaha!
これはいつもの手紙です。
It's one of the usual letters. It was one of those letters sent by the witch, with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Eric would eventually leave for the mansion by this way. It was in the shadows of the large eaves, so it had avoided the rain entirely.
早速来ましたね。
So, it's already here.
まるで待ち受けていたかのように。
Almost as though it was waiting for me. She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled the letter inside out of it. A message had been written in neat letters.
ようこそフルドエリカ様ですって。
Welcome, Furuto Erika-sama, it says.
やれやれ、私を名指しでですか。
Oh, so it's calling me by name?
完全に読まれてますね。
They totally saw this coming.
内容は何です？
What does it say?
犯行予告です。
It just says get bent. It's an advance notice for a crime.
いや、事後報告と言うべきですね。
She opens up the note and it just says fuck off. No. I should say it's a report after the fact.
後ろ宮バトラの死体をお預かりしたそうです。
Apparently, they have taken Ishinomiya Battler's corpse.
どうぞ探してみてくださいとか言ってます。
It's basically saying please try looking for it.
第二の晩の寄り添うし二人を引き裂けではないのですか？
So, this isn't the tear apart the two who are close to the second twilight?
まあ、死体が消失する云々はベアとのゲームでも何度かありました。
Well, disappearing corpses happened a few times in Beato's games too.
それほど親身のある話ではありません。
There's nothing really new about this. Erica shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors were sealed in rooms on the second floor. And, at the very end, after she had gone around with Kraus and the others to check the locks on doors and windows, Erica had personally confirmed that there was nothing at the spot. So, this was an attack saying someone who shouldn't be here placed a letter, and that this someone was a witch. That was also an attack that the old Beato had often used. Sheesh.
見せ方も同じならトリックまで同じだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
If the way you show it is the same, please tell me that the actual trick isn't the same too.
ドラノール、
Delanor,
バトラを呼び出してください。
please call Battler here.
了解です。
Understood.
バトラ卿、東方の手番を所望です。
Lord Battler, we wish to take our turn.
了解だ。
Got it.
受けて立つぜ。
Let's have it.
申し訳ありません。
Sorry.
実は指し手の宣言ではありません。
I actually don't have a move to declare. Question mark?
実は謝罪です。
The truth is,
一つ謝らなければならないことがありまして。
there's something I need to apologize for. Apologize? Battler and Beato's eyes went wide. However, though Erica said she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though even that apology would be a new move. So, Battler glared at her dubiously, without letting his guard down.
例の遡っての封印についてですが、
It's about those retroactive seals.
実はすでに一箇所封印しておりました。
I actually already sealed one place.
それのご報告が遅くなりましたことをお詫びしたいと思います。
I apologize for taking so long to report this to you.
すでに封印していた？
You already sealed something?
つまり、お前はもうこれで3部屋分を使い切っていたということか。
In other words, you've already used up all 3 rooms worth?
はい。
Yes.
直ちに報告するお約束だったのですが、うっかり失念してここまでゲームを進めてしまいました。
I promised that I'd report on it right away, but I completely forgot until just now.
心よりお詫びいたします。
You have my sincere apologies.
心より詫びてる顔には全く見えねえぜ。
You don't look like someone who's sincerely apologizing.
まあいいさ。
Well, that's fine.
俺が許した権利だ。
I'm the one who gave you that privilege.
それで、
So,
いつ、どこを封印していたって？
what did you seal?
ドラノール、
Delanor?
ご報告申し上げます。
Allow me to report.
エリカ卿による死体検視時にバトラの客室を封印しておりましたことをご報告申し上げます。
Battler's guest room was sealed at the time of Lady Erica's inspection of the corpses. Beato tried not to let it show on her face, but her eyebrows twitched visibly and her gaze flickered over to Battler.
本来なら5つの密室すべてに封印を施したかったところなのですが、回数が足りませんでしたので。
Normally, I would have liked to see all the closed rooms, but I didn't have enough packing tape.
ゲームマスターのあなたに敬意を表してバトラさんの死体の部屋だけを封印させてもらいました。
Out of respect for the game master, I sealed only the room with Battlerson's corpse.
ご丁寧に俺の棺桶の蓋を閉じてくれたわけか。
So, you were kind enough to close the lid on my coffin?
つい先ほど思い出しましたもので。
I remembered a short while ago.
屋敷に到着し、あなたの死体の客室を調べるときにご報告すればいいかと思っていました。
I was planning to tell you when we reached the mansion and investigate the guest room with your corpse in it.
しかし、この手紙の登場で急ぎご報告した方がいいと思いまして。
However, when this letter appeared, I figured I should report it right away.
どうしてそう思うのですか？
Why did you think that?
いい
Well,
え、何しろバトラさんは自分の死体の客室が封印されてることを知らずにゲームを進めてたわけですから。
after all, Batterson has been playing this game ignorant of the fact that his corpse was sealed in the guest room.
それによってひょっとしたら。
Because of that, I thought
この登場した手紙、話が変わってくる可能性もあるかなと、そう思いまして。
That it might possibly change things regarding the appearance of this letter.
いとこ部屋と隣部屋を封印中です。
The cousin room and the next room over are currently sealed.
事後報告で申し訳ないですが、さらにあなたの死体の客室も封印中です。
Sorry for the late report, but the guest room with your corpse in it is also sealed.
そして島にはエリカ卿を抜いて17人。
And there are 17 people on the island excluding Lady Erica.
18人目の存在は過去のゲームですでに否定済みです。
The existence of an 18th person has already been denied in a previous game.
となると、手紙を受ける人物とあなたの死体消失。
In that case, if we're thinking about some person who could have placed this letter and the disappearance of your corpse,
ひょっとして。
I thought, maybe.
話も変わってくるかなと思いまして。
I thought this might change things around a bit. He's gonna be like, nope. I hope Balor just goes, nope. Everything's the same. Don't worry about it. Erica laughed crudely while staring into Balor's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed. Battler-san.
落ち着け。
Stay calm.
エリカの報告が遅くなっただけの話だ。
Erica's just made her report a bit late.
何も焦ることなどない。
There's no need to lose your cool. Erica had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Balor actually hadn't been killed and was still alive. And, I mean, that's fair. That's what I was kind of thinking too, right? I mean, I sort of said along the same things. And if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beato's faint agitation, maybe Erica's guess had been right on the mark. Balor played dead and somehow got around Erica's examination. And then, while everyone was barricading themselves in the guest house, he snuck out of the guest room. After that, he placed a letter detailing the disappearance of his own corpse in the entrance to the lobby, and hid himself. If that was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erica's examination were now very significant. In other words, if this was a trick they'd used, then Battler would certainly have broken the seals when he left his guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seals. Since the survivors were all sealed up inside the guest house, then if the seals on the guest room were broken, it meant acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely that he would have advanced the game in a different way to avoid this. In other words, it was very likely that an announcement about the seals would have had a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erica was saying, if Battler avoided breaking the seals because he was pretending to be a corpse, and instead remained inside the guest room, perhaps this letter would not have appeared in the story. If Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there, then now that Erica's seals had come into play, there was a chance that his trick would cause a contradiction somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error.
Logic error?
Ah, it's Angie. A logic error?
今回の物語の随分最初の方で聞いた気がするわ。
I think we heard about that really early on in the story.
魔女側が犯してはならぬ最大最悪のミス、反則手だ。
It's a violation of the rules, the greatest and worst form of error, which the witch side must avoid making.
あ、思い出したわ。
Yeah, I remember.
物語の表裏が合わぬこと、矛盾することとか言ってたわね。
It was something about the two sides of the tale not matching and creating a contradiction.
伏せたカップの中に飴玉が現れる魔法の話を覚えているか？
Do you remember the magic for making candy appear inside an overturned cup?
ええ。
Yeah.
マリアお姉ちゃんとエリカがそれをめぐって論争したわね。
How could we forget? Marioni-chan and Erica were fighting about that.
あれはお姉ちゃんが目を閉じている間にカップの中にこっそり飴玉を入れるだけの単純な手品だった。
Apparently, that was just a simple trick where someone slipped the candy into the cup while Oni-chan had her eyes closed.
そうだ。
That's right.
その手品の過程を観測していないマリアに結果のみが与えられ、
Since Maria did not observe the process of the trick and was only given the result,
魔法でカップの中に飴玉が現れたとする魔法幻想を受け入れたから魔法が成立した。
she accepted the illusion of magic, that the candy had appeared by magic inside the cup, and magic was established.
そうか、ロジックエラーとは
Okay, so a logic error would be
不可能になってしまった手品という意味ね。
a trick that has become impossible. If you think about it, Erica and Maria's fierce red and blue truth battle over this magic was the real opening of this tale's fight. Let's try to remember that exchange. The heartless truth was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, you can only have a magical result if it's something that could have been done without magic. Let's be clear. There are two general types of magic. If you summon giants. I remember this. God, this felt like so long ago. Jesus. If you summon giants and make towers grow from the ground. But when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden. That's one type of magic. That's just an illusion. It's a lie with no observers that takes place where the witch says it did, in a location without any of the anti-magic toxin. 4 to 5, yeah, it probably must have been like 4 to 5 months ago. God, it feels, thinking about me like reading this even like 4 or 5 months ago, it's just so wild. So wild to comprehend sometimes. How long this journey has been. How long we've dedicated to Umineko as a thing. How much, I mean, to say like Umineko, like almost, I mean, obviously it's stream times and it's not like I'm streaming every day Umineko or anything, but to just consider like Umineko's, when all is said and done, probably like a year of my life. Wild. Magic that doesn't have a match, doesn't have to match a result is the most simple kind, a lie. This is the same as a worthless delusion, a delulu, an illusion, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it part way through the third game. Then there's another kind, which we might call true magic, magic that matches a result. The cup trick is an example of magic that matches a result, since an observer actually checks to see that the cup's contents were empty before seeing a candy appear there, and thus an actual observer of the incident is created. I've discovered one big rule that matching a result has to follow, unlike the magic of illusions. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplished can be transformed into magic. I can speak even more generally and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. Only things that can be accomplished without magic can have a matching result. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't actually exist. But out of respect for the witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player. Only things that are better, ironically, is one proves magic. Yeah, okay. I understand.
つまりカップの中の飴玉が今回はエリカの前に現れた謎の手紙ということになっている。
So, instead of the candy inside that cup, we now have this mysterious letter that appeared in front of Erica.
これは手品でなくてはならない。
They have to be tricks.
それを兄ちゃんは魔女が魔法で手紙をそこに置いたと主張することで結果を伴う魔法にしようとしている。
By claiming that the witch set the letter there by magic, Oni-chan is trying to create magic that matches a result.
そうだ。
Correct.
生存者は全員ゲストハウスの密室に封じられている以上、
Since all the survivors are sealed within the closed room of the guest house,
突然に現れたこの手紙は魔女以外に置くことは不可能な不思議な魔法に修飾することができる。
it is possible to embellish this suddenly appearing letter and say it was a curious bit of magic, for only a witch could have placed it there.
しかしそれでもつまりは可能な手品でなくてはならないということだ。
But even so, it must be a possible trick in the end. In order to see through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erica had countered with the blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while her eyes were closed. That was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used the red truth then to say, "Until I lifted the cup up, the closed room of the overturned cup remained intact."
赤き真実は真実にしか使えないんでしょ?
The red truth can only be used to refer to the truth, right?
嘘をシャーシャーと言えたら重大なルール違反だわ。
If you could lie with it, it'd be a massive violation of the rules.
そうだ。
Yes.
自分のトリックを否定する赤き真実は大きなルール違反だ。
Denying your own trick with the red truth is a major violation of the rules.
しかしその赤き真実に抵触しない別のトリックに即座に差し替えられるなら。
However, if you instantly switch over to another trick that doesn't violate that red truth,
いささかアンフェアではあるが、その赤き真実は認められる。
it may be slightly unfair, but that red truth can be acknowledged.
この場合はカップの中の密室は維持されていたという赤き真実に矛盾しない手品のトリックを。
So in this case, the witch side would need to immediately propose another trick that doesn't contradict the red truth,
魔女側は即座に提出しなければならないということね。
stating that the closed room inside the cup was preserved.
証拠を突きつけられて二転三転させる政治家の言い訳みたいだわ。
Like the excuses of a politician when he keeps backtracking, as new evidence is shown to him.
そうだ。
Yes.
まあその程度の赤ならば、まだ苦しい言い訳でも言い逃れられよう。
Well, for a red like this, she might be able to get away with some painful excuse.
テーブルに仕掛けがあったとか、二重底の手品用カップだったとか。
Maybe there was some device in the table, or maybe it was a trick cup with a fake bottom.
しかしもし、あらかじめその可能性についても赤で否定があったなら、それも通用しない。
But if those possibilities had been denied beforehand, this would not be valid.
赤き真実が多ければ多いほど、言い逃れの余地もなくなるわけだ。
The more red truths there are, the harder it is to talk your way out. In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if, when Erica saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the closed room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after that new red. Revising the scenario is an unfair move that would never be allowed in the mystery genre. However, the very act of revising the scenario takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So, she claimed that she'd been using the trick with the fake bottomed cup from the beginning. No one could deny it. Okay. So, even if it really was a trick done while Oni-chan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between tricks. Rather than calling this an action available to witches, we should probably say that it's only usable by the game master, the one who creates and writes. But even so, the new truth must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story. The illusory result that the game master claims is magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. So when we get a contradiction and it no longer makes logical sense, we call it a logic error. And that would mean the destruction of the witch's game.
人間に説明可能なゲームがこの世界。
This world is a game that's possible to explain with humans.
すなわち、すべての魔法はトリックでも可能なようになっていなければならない。
In other words, it must be possible for all magic to have been done by tricks as well.
トリックで不可能だったら、人間側は打つ手なしのステイルメイト。
If it's impossible to do with tricks, then the human side has no move and we get a stalemate.
いいや違う。
No, not quite.
それこそがロジックエラーと呼ぶ致命的かつ最悪の反則手だ。
That's where we get the fatal and horrible violation known as a logic error.
これを魔女側が犯した場合、即座にゲームは破壊され、
致命的敗北となる。
When the witch side does this, the game is instantly destroyed and they suffer a fatal defeat.
お兄ちゃんは多分エリカにトリックをカンパされたわ。
Erica has probably seen through to Oni-chan's trick.
探偵権限のないエリカは検視ができない。
Without the detective's authority, she couldn't perform a proper examination of the corpses.
それを理由に死んだふりを続け、こっそり客室を出てゲストハウスの玄関に手紙を置いた。
Because of that, he continued to play dead, snuck out of the guest room, and placed a letter at the entrance to the guest house.
しかしバトラが許した遡って封印ができるなどとする大甘な配慮により話が狂い出した。
However, because Battler was so overly gracious in giving out those retroactive seals, things went wrong.
お兄ちゃんのバカ。
Stupid Oni-chan.
まだ現時点では狼狽するほどではあるまい。
The current situation still does not warrant panic.
客室の封印が健在かどうかはまだ赤き真実で確定していない。
It still hasn't been specified with red truth that the seals around the guest room are intact.
封印を破るも自由。
Yeah, it was pretty good. He is free to break the seals.
破らぬならバトラ以外が生きてたことにし、手紙を置いた人間を差し替えてもよいだろう。
If he doesn't, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive and swap them in as the person who placed the letter.
そうね。
That's right.
お兄ちゃんだけでなくお母さんたちの死体だって赤で死亡は確定していない。
The other corpses haven't been specified as dead by the red yet.
実はみんな死んだふりだったってことにしてもまだ全然問題ないわ。
So far, there won't be any problem if they were all faking.
そうだ。
True.
全くうろたえる段階にない。
This is far too soon for them to get flustered.
要はエリカの封印と手紙を置くトリックを矛盾させぬよう手を変えればいいだけの話。
All he has to do is change his move so that Erica's seals and the placement of the letter don't contradict each other.
矛盾なく他の筋書きに変更するのだってゲームマスターに許された手の一つだわ。
And revising the plot without contradictions is one of the moves available to the game master.
しかし想定したシナリオをその途中で変更することは物語に歪みを与えることもある。
However, taking a scenario one has imagined and revising it partway through can sometimes create flaws in the tale.
まだ第一の番を終えたばかりという段階を思えばあまりに痛恨の一手。
It would be a very regrettable move to make when the first Twilight has only just ended.
どうやら自陣深くに駒を刺されたるはバトラの方だったようだな。
It would seem that Battler was the one with an enemy piece moved deep behind his lines.
この紛れ込んだ一コマはブーツに入り込んだ一粒の小石のように今後一歩一歩歩くたびに違和感と痛みを与え続けることになるだろう。
This hidden piece will probably cause him pain and discomfort with each step from now on, like a pebble caught in one's shoe.
この一粒の小石バトラを殺すやもしれん。
The single pebble might kill Battler. Not the pebble.
まだロジックエラーと言える段階ではありません。
This still isn't quite a logic error.
それに遡って封印したのにそれの報告が遅れたこちらにも過失があります。
And though we sealed the room retroactively, we're at fault for the lateness in reporting it.
ですからこの手紙の登場についてバトラさんも遡って筋書きを書き直してくださっても結構ということです。
So, I have no problem with letting Battler-san retroactively rewrite the plot concerning this letter.
遡って書き直すとは
Retroactively rewrite the plot?
なるほどな。
I see.
俺がこの手紙を置いたとするなら、俺が密室に封じられた時点でそれは不可能になる。
If I placed a letter there, then that would have become impossible as soon as I was sealed in that closed room.
となると、この手紙もここに現れてはいけないことになる。
In which case, this letter shouldn't have appeared there.
そうです。
Correct.
ですからその小さな矛盾の修正をどうかしてもらえたらと思います。
So, I thought you should have the chance to revise this small inconsistency.
今私たちはここでこの手紙を発見しました。
We just now discovered this letter here.
それをなかったことに、あるいは他の内容にシナリオ変更していただいても結構ということです。
We are saying that we do not mind if you want to undo that, or if you want to use a revised scenario. I'm telling you, I'm waiting for the moment. It's gonna happen soon. He's gonna say, no, I don't need to revise this. And he's gonna stunt on these fools. He's gonna be like, nope, doesn't change effect. Doesn't change a damn thing.
ただ手紙とガムテープがあるだけで。
Just by the existence of the letter and packing tape.
フルドエリカにはこの程度の一手が可能です。
This sort of move is possible for Fruto Erica.
いかがです皆様方？
What do you think, everyone? God, her taglines suck ass. She's such a... obviously, she has good ones like good. Good. Gudo. But the what do you think, everyone, to the fake audience thing she does? Come on, Erica. Come on, man. Come on, man. Corny ass. Get out of here with your corniness. Damn, what a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erica? I made a promise with Delnor too, that we'd both play all out and mercilessly. Yeah, it's true. I've been planning to make Battler actually alive. Oh. And then have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in his disappearance and in the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move's been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and break the seals. I want to change over to a different trick, so that the letter will be placed and my corpse hidden. So this is basically, unless I'm massively mistaken, we're essentially seeing exactly put into motion what was just being explained by Featherine and Angie, in that, alright, he is essentially being seen through. He has to revise his story, but as long as he's able to now whip up a new trick to conform to both what's already been established and also now Erica's whole, oh, whoops, I actually put seals on that third door where Battler was. As long as he can mold the story around these, then we're back on. We're back on. Yes. While still preserving the seals on the guest room, it doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions.
しかしバトラさん、手紙は何とか置けても。
But, Battler-san, even if you can place the letter somehow,
その後の自分の死体の消失はどうするのですか?
how are you going to make your corpse vanish afterwards?
客室は密封されています。
The guest room is sealed.
密室から死体を消すトリックをたった今から用意しなくてはロジックエラーを起こします。
If you don't find a trick to erase the corpse in the closed room right now, a logic error will occur. I still have time.
ギリギリまで考える。
Let me think until the last second. Damn it. With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head.
とにかくこの手紙はそのままでいく。
Anyway, we'll leave the letter like this.
はい、すみません。客室が封印されてると矛盾するので、はい、変更しますなんて今さら言えるか。
I can't say. Oh, sorry about that. Having my guest room sealed makes a big contradiction, so I'd like to revise my move.
一本取られたと認めるのと同じことだ。
It would mean acknowledging that she caught me.
まるで天井裏に隠れてる忍者の気分だな。
I feel like a ninja hiding above the ceiling.
蹴取られた。槍でぶっすり刺されたのに。痛みに耐えて槍の先の血をこっそり拭い。さもそこにいなかったふりをしてるみたいだぜ。
Even though I was noticed and stabbed by a spear, I just withstand the pain, wipe the blood off the spear, and act as though nothing happened.
痩せ我慢でいい。
False courage works well enough.
ここは痛みを蹴取られたらまずいんだ。
I can't let her know that this one hurt.
バトラさん。
Battler son.
Na, Beato.
Hey, Beato.
今の俺、どんな顔してんだ?
Do you know what my face looks like now?
きっと、かつて俺との応酬で痛いとこ疲れた時にお前が浮かべてたような、
I'm sure.
ああいう表情を浮かべているんだろうな。
I'm sure it's the same expression you had when I managed to hit you where it hurts in the past. Damn it. Beato couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now.
かつてのお前なら、
What would the old you do?
俺を散々苦しめてきた密室の数々を生み出したかつてのお前なら、
The old you, who created all the closed rooms that tormented me so much in the past.
どんなトリックで密室から俺の死体を消す?
What kind of trick would you use to erase my corpse from a closed room? Beato trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert at closed room tricks. If only that memory, that power, could be revived, she'd be able to help Battler. But now she's just useless. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erica. That was a dirty move. A dirty move, even though he allowed you the tape. I can't believe it. Alright, I still feel like the night's somewhat early. Let's do a true BRB here for about 5 minutes. I'll go restock on everything, and then we'll read for maybe like another hour or so, probably. I think sounds decent. Battler's on the find out phase. Is he... Earlier, was he on the fuck around? Was he in the fuck around phase, and now he's in the find out phase? Oh, what is this music? Oh, this is going to be a nice one to do BRB screen too. What BRB do we want? Let's go... Well, we want the music to be playing while we do this. Let's go... This is fine. Alright, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Or less. Or your pizza's free. literally running back before the 5 minutes ended. I think I made it. Though to be fair to myself again, I didn't actually keep track of when the 5 minutes started. Not on my watch. No free pizza from my pizzeria. Okay, let's see. Let's catch up here. Seems like this girl's witch hunt, and it's not new. Damn. It might have happened, and I, you know, bad memory and all that. This still doesn't stop me from funking down to it. Alright, up here. There we go. On screen. The entrance to the mansion. Oh, like I said, we'll read for just like an hour more, so. Nothing wild here. Hopefully within like an hour or so, we'll hit some kind of point. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erica had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. Okay, so we're back. We're back with Erica. She's going to be doing some investigating, it seems. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master keys from the servants. And at that time, she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. Ah, she's a master of sleight of hand, huh? Wait, is that how the picture was always oriented? Like, it started at ground level? It must have. I don't know why this seems weird to me. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I don't know. I'm looking at it and something to me seems different, but also I'm like, I guess that must have been how it always was, just ground level painting. Maybe I'm thinking of the one in the study, maybe, but I don't know. I just thought, I don't know. Maybe I think it's literally just my idea of paintings. I just don't think of them to be like starting like at the ground. I don't know. I'm gonna just chalk it up to me not noticing things. That's all. Well then. Where shall we go first? Why ask? Let's go and hear Battler-san's answer. Grinning, Erica cut across the entrance hall and passed in front of the dining hall. Deeper. Deeper. She headed for the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Battler could put off deciding whether the seals would remain whole or not until the moment right before Erica witnessed them. However, once she did witness them, the game master would have to show what had happened to them. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was an attack. Are you ready, Lord Battler? Are you ready? Yeah. Or as you would say it, come. Step forward. Oh, he's such a badass. Good. Oh, what's this? Yeah, I think I'm just dumb. That's the image that's usually used. It must be that, I don't know. Is that, I mean, I assume then, yeah, I think I'm just not, I just didn't look at it hard before. That must be it. Maybe I'm, if it usually has like, you know, like character models in front of it, the sprites or whatever. I just focus on that. Incapable of looking at more than one thing. Oh yeah, I bring up the game for myself back. I was like, where's the game? Then show us your response. Well now, are the seals broken or are they not? Has the closed room been preserved or hasn't it? The piece Erica held high in the air, was the White Queen, which represented herself. Because, of course, her target was Battler's camp. She attacked. There's got to be, like, a fan-made, like, Etsy store, like Umineko chess set, isn't there? Somewhere out there. I gotta get my hands on that. I gotta find one. I gotta buy it. I love collecting, and by love collecting, I mean I have a few random ass, like, chess sets of various properties just because. I think having a nice, and if there isn't one out there, I need to make one. Now, if I made it, it would be low quality, but it at least would be something. If I must, I'll take regular chess set and just tape Umineko faces on it, if I must. Her target was camp. She attacked. Erica dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then, she closely examined the seal she had placed retroactively. Huh? Are you sure? Are you sure about this, right? You are sure about this, right? I mean, Battler-san? Is this okay, Battler-san? Yeah, I can't back down here. After all, even if I'm sealed in here, there are ways of placing the letter. But now, Erica will probably enter the guest room. And then, she'll observe your corpse. What are you going to do? If the corpse is there, then there's no problem. The letter's prediction will be off, but it's not as though there's a penalty for that. But still, you intend to fight head-on? There are times. When a man is challenged head-on, that he has to respond, no matter who the opponent. I must not pull back here. Do I think Battler has the balls to have made the corpse vanish? I think he's got to have something. He's got to be thinking something. I'll take that challenge. I can search for a way out all I want later. Want to later. I managed to do that with Kinzo's study last time. Just had to jump out of a window. Don't worry, I can do it. I can do it. Come on, Erica! We have confirmed that the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erica confirmed Battler's presence, this closed room has been preserved. Good. I'm breaking the seals. Rip. Tear. She's ripping, she's tearing, she's ripping, she's tearing. I had to. Erica destroyed the packing tape seal on the door in ecstasy. She's having a little too fun ripping the tape off. She's like those people that enjoy taking the peelies off of like new electronics and shit. She's like slowly just like the plastic on a new fridge. It looked as though the intellectual rapist had finally laid her true nature bare. She's a fucking freak. Okay. I'm opening it. Let's have a look. At Battler Sons. Naked scenario. Like a ruffian pushing down a frail girl, Erica mercilessly and greedily threw the door open. Then, finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erica. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse, or wasn't there? Come on, Battler. Full on. Here's my response! Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. Ah, that piece. Beato had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game, and yet, for some reason, she realized that this was a move that could not be taken back. Once this piece was moved, they couldn't move it back. Wah! The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If she flicked that, the room would be lit up, and she would see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed. Shall I turn them on? No. Wait a second, please. Battler-san, I have a proposal. Let's hear it. I think you already know. But this time around, I'm not aiming to find the culprit and achieve a standard victory. My enemy is not the lowly culprit killing the pieces, but my opponent. You, yourself. I know. So, you're after a logic error. I'm seriously regretting it now. Even though you were just pretending to be miserable, I fell for it completely. Gave you a ridiculous ability. I regret to say, he didn't know. That was your pride. It'll cost you dearly. Damn it. So, what is your proposal? With a firm voice, Beato urged her to continue. Until just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control of him, and had been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erica's proposal couldn't be anything good, and on top of that, Erica was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that would be easily rejected. I will now turn on the light. The top of the bed will be lit up, and it will be decided whether or not Battler has disappeared, as the letter predicted. If he's there, great. There's nothing strange at all. The letter's prediction would just be wrong.
という論点に戦いは移るでしょうが、
Of course, the argument would probably switch over to then who put the letter there.
とりあえず戦いの場はこの密室を脱します。
But for the time being, the location of the fight would move outside this closed room.
もし消失していたら
And if he's missing? Beato already knew. She knew the move that Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a disappearing trick other than he was actually alive and left the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a closed room. Also, Battler's life or death status hasn't been confirmed. In other words, him being alive wouldn't cause any problems. Alright. Battler, I have a theory. It might just be crazy enough to work. Small bombs. They had to make Erica think that Battler had vanished from this situation. He just had to escape from the room. Or if that wasn't possible, he just had to hide somehow and wait for her to leave, making her think that he disappeared.
この狭い部屋の中で
Damn, that's just so crazy enough to work. That's just crazy enough to work. Inside this tiny room.
これから私たちのエンドゲーム。
Or, if he's feeling really adventurous, say medium-sized bombs. Change the size of the bombs. We don't have to get wild here. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, you know? Inside this tiny room, I will now begin our endgame.
詰め将棋が始まります。
The chase after the king.
ほんの数手で決着するでしょう。
It should end in just a few moves.
あなたはこの部屋からバトラを脱出できるロジックを構築できず、
You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to let Battler escape from this room. I think we've heard this, whatever music is playing, whatever this track is called. I'm sure we've heard this before, and I think I've pointed this out before, but I'm thinking it again. It sounds just like a same run of this, like, of the song sounds just like something in Erica, something in Erica, Catherine. I was thinking Erica. I was thinking Erica because Erica's on the screen and there's a character in Catherine named Erica, and so I was thinking all that thing. Whatever. You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to let Battler escape from this room.
物語を破綻させ、ゲームオーバーになります。
And the tale will be destroyed. Game over.
それを避けるべく戦うのがこちらの仕事です。
I think it wasn't the music I mentioned, it was a scene. Oh, was I mentioning it before with a different scene? A certain scene reminded me of it? Possibly. Well then, if that's the case, then I remember this. Now I'm saying separately then. I'll say it. This music sounds like a stretch in the haunting kind of like, obviously I don't know what the title of the song is in Catherine, but fighting to keep that from happening is our job.
それで提案というのは
What is this proposal of yours?
ロジックエラーをめぐるエンドゲームでは、より精密さを増した戦いをすべきです。
An endgame fought over a logic error should be a bit more precise.
また、私たちは赤と青の真実でこれから攻防を行うわけですが、
It was when Natsui was on the phone with the man from 19 years. Oh, true. True. Yeah, that was like an error. That was like, I said it again. That was like a Catherine thing, too. Two things that remind me of Catherine. Once again, we will fight with the red and blue truths.
その赤き真実によってロジックエラーを起こさないか、ゲームマスターと同格の審判が監視する必要が出てきます。
But we need a referee on the same level as the game master to observe and see that he doesn't create any logic errors with the red truth.
道理です。
That seems reasonable.
これは何も特別なことではありません。
There's nothing special about this.
かつてのあなたがゲームマスターだった時も、
Back when the old you was the game master.
あなたの後見人であるラムダデルタ教によってそれは監視されていました。
You were under the observation of your guardian, Lady Lambda Delta.
その結果、赤き真実が全て有効であると判断されていたのです。
In that way, It was judged that all red truths were valid.
俺たちの手の内をラムダデルタに見せろっていうのか。
So, you're telling us to show Lambda Delta our cards?
最初から見てるわよ。
I've been watching since the beginning.
大丈夫。安心して。
It's okay. Don't worry.
ジャッジメントについては公平だから。
I am impartial in my judgments.
それを赤き真実で語れますか？
Can you say that in red?
ええ。
Yep.
ジャッジメントの公平を誓うわ。
I swear that I am impartial in my judgments.
前回のゲームでも私、十分公平だったつもりよ。
I was plenty impartial in the last game, wasn't I?
どっちに転んでも面白い裁判では特にね。
Especially for interesting judgments where she doesn't care which way it falls.
受けなさい、バトラ
Accept it, Battler.
ー。エリカはあんたを詰めるわ。
Erica is going to corner you.
わかる？
Understand? Yeah, that's true. Lambda Delta definitely felt like the impartial in the sense that she just wants to see chaos commence from all sides. She doesn't care who is controlling the chaos. She just like kind of like, all right, I'm fine with anyone just kind of causing mayhem.
この部屋であんたと決闘して殺すということよ。
She will duel with you and kill you in this room.
男なら決闘を受けなさい。
If you're a man, accept the duel. Yeah, exactly.
いいだろう。
Sure. Fine.
俺が不可能殺人を見せるたびにいちいちロジックエラーを疑われてちゃ話が進まねえ。
We won't get anywhere if you suspect every single impossible murder I show of being a logic error.
ゲームが有効であることを保証する立ち会い人は確かに必要だ。
It's true that we need an observer to guarantee that the game is legitimate.
じゃあ、私はこっち側に回るわね。
Then I'll come around to your side.
あんたの手、拝見するわよ。
Let me take a look at your hand.
ふむふむ。
Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she saw that Erica's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Eric had guessed, Battler was alive and had slipped out of the room after Eric had examined his corpse, placed the letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. When the packing tape seals had been retroactively placed on the guest room, he would have had to show that they'd been torn. However, if he had done that, it would be the same as admitting that he'd been seen through and that he'd lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been maintained with false courage, and was now rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erica was planning to corner and kill him here.
バトラ
Battler,
ー、あんたすごいカードで戦ってるのね。
you're fighting with some pretty incredible cards here.
カード
Cards?
お前にはこのチェスがトランプに見えるな。
Does this game of chess look like a card game to you?
私にはあんたたちがポーカーで戦ってるように見えてたわ。
To me, it looks as though you are all playing a game of poker.
だからこっち側に回ってあんたの持つカードのすべてがわかる。
So, by moving to this side and looking at the cards you hold, I understand everything.
ひどい手だわ。
That's an awful move.
まるで役なしじゃない。
It's a complete waste.
しかもそれをあんたは完璧にエリカにカンパされてるわ。
And Erica has already seen right through you.
あんたならどうするよ。
What would you do?
私は審判よ。
He's
助
like,
言はしないわ。
he's like, help me. I'm the referee. I can't give you advice.
でも感想は言わせて。
But let me tell you my impressions.
いや、いい。
No, that's okay.
ゾクゾクするわ。
It's chilling.
あんた、この役なしの手で。
You're trying to use this useless move.
掛け金だけのブラフで
This baseless bluff
エリカを降ろせる気でいるのね。
to make Erica back down.
降りないわよ、あいつは。
She's not going to back down, that girl.
あんたの方だわ。
After all,
今むしろチップを払って降りるべきわ。
you're the one who should be throwing his chips in and folding now.
助言感謝します。
Thanks for the advice.
バトラさん、
Battler-san,
私も同感です。
I agree with her.
この部屋での戦いを降りましょう。
Let's back down from the fight in this room.
勝てるカードはありません。
We don't have any winning cards.
カードチェンジでマシな役に化けるのを期待してるの？
Were you hoping to discard your cards and draw something more useful?
あんたチェスをしてるつもりなんでしょ？
I thought you were playing chess.
チェスの世界に運頼みなんか持ち込んでると死ぬわよ。
In the world of chess, if you rely on luck, you die. By hoping to draw something useful, she meant relying on luck and betting that, even if he couldn't think of a trick now, he might think of a good plan for making a closed room trick later on. If you enter into the fight without any trick in mind, you get killed. Now was the time to back down. When Erica flipped the switch, he just had to be sleeping there on that bed. That's all he needs.
ラムダ、
Lambda?
何の話をしてるのか知らないけど、おしゃべりが長すぎるわ。
I don't know what you're talking about, but you're chatting too much.
審判は公平でいてくれなきゃ。
A referee needs to be impartial.
そうね。
True.
じゃあ頑張ってねバトラ。
Then, good luck, Battler.
チェスらしい精密な戦いを期待してるわ。
I'm hoping for a precise, chess-like battle.
あんたがしてるのはポーカーじゃないんでしょ？
You aren't playing poker, are you?
覚悟はいいですか、バトラさん。
Are you ready, Battler-san?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, I am.
いつでも明かりをつけろ。
Turn the lights on whenever you want. Turn
こ
the
れ
lights
より、この部屋での戦いは時間進行を停止して行います。
For the rest of the fight in this room, the progression of time will be stopped.
それにより、双方のすべての手は同時的であり、
This way, all the moves for both players will be made at the same time.
最初に出された手であろうと、後から出された手であろうと、同じ意味を持ちます。
And the first move made will be treated no differently than the last move.
意味が分かりにくいと思いますが、これはロジックを守るための。
It might be hard to understand, but this rule exists for the purpose of maintaining logic.
あなたを保護するルールです。
And to keep you protected as well.
あなたはこれからへりくつの限りを尽くしてこの部屋のトリックの再構築を行うわ。
From here on out, you can use all the twisted logic you want to rebuild the trick in this room.
つまり戦いの途中で良いアイデアが思いつく可能性もあるということ。
In other words, it's possible that you might think of a good idea partway through the fight.
本来筋書きを途中で変更するのはアンフェアな行為。
Normally, it's unfair to revise your plot partway through.
それを認めるために後から思いついたロジックであっても後出しではないという。
In order for that to be acceptable, you need a world stopped in time, where everything happens at once.
同時的な時間停止の世界が必要なのよ。
And where logic that you think of afterwards can counter your opponent's earlier moves.
もちろんこれはエリカにとっても利用できるルール。
Of course, Erica could take advantage of this rule as well.
バトラが変更した新しいトリックに対応して別の対応を取ることができる。
If you revise your trick to be a new one, she can deal with that in a different way.
ややこしいですね。
This is pretty complicated.
シンプルな話さ。
It's simple.
汚職政治家のへりくつ合戦と同じってことだろ。
It's like a corrupt politician's war of twisted logic.
シャーシャーと嘘をついて。
You lie shamelessly.
それをカンパされる証拠を出されたら、それに矛盾しないように。
When evidence is shown revealing that lie, you retract those previous lies and shamelessly say that you just remembered it wrong. It's funny that you say that because that was literally the example that Angie was kind of like giving just a while earlier. The politician example.
それまでの嘘、記憶違いでしたとシャーシャーと撤回して、新しい嘘に変更する。
Then change to a new lie that doesn't have any contradictions.
嘘と それを破る証拠とそれを逃げる嘘と。
The fight goes between a lie, then evidence exposing it, then another lie.
そういう互いの尻尾を飲み込もうとぐるぐる回る
Like a
2
fight.
匹の蛇の戦いってわけだ。
Like a fight between two snakes spinning around trying to eat each other's tails.
グッと
Gutto.
要するに後出しのへりくつがいくらでも許される世界と考えてください。
Just think of it as a world in which you're allowed to use twisted logic based off of your opponent's moves as often as you want.
私もこの部屋の封印の件でそれを行使しました。
I used that myself when sealing this room.
だからあなたも行使できるようにするのがフェアなことだと思いまして。
So, I thought it was only fair to let you do the same.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるものです。
You have no shame, do you?
オーケー。
Okay,
では双方始めなさい。
let's let both sides begin.
初手はエリカからでしょ。
Will Erica take the first move?
いいえ、ベッドの掛け金の確認から。
Will she start by checking the bed? By checking to see what she's bet?
そうね。ベッドのバトラの確認からだわ。
Yeah. Let's start by checking to see if Battler's on the bed.
エリカ、始めなさい。
Erica, begin.
お任せを我が主。
Leave it to me, my master.
ライト
Light on. With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out, and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. On Battler's bed was
ドラノール
Delanor.
赤で確認を。
Confirm it with the red.
はい。
Yes.
ベッドの上には
You sure me a Battler?
いや、俺の手だ。
No, it's my move.
俺が言おう。
I'll say it.
ベッドの上に後ろ宮バトラーはいない。
You sure me a Battler is not on the bed.
グッと
Good.
よく勝負を逃げませんでしたね。
I'm glad you didn't run away from the fight.
敬意を表します。
I'm impressed.
レートの高い勝負ってことは、お前だって負けた時の支払いが多いということだ。
It's a high stakes battle, so it'll cost you a lot if you're the one who loses.
覚悟はあるんだろうな。
Are you prepared?
自分に有利である自信がない限り、人はレートを上げたりなんかしません。
Giggle. No one would raise the stakes unless they felt confident in their advantage.
ドラノール、
Delanor,
記録を取りなさい。
keep a record,
良いです。
as you wish. At Delanor's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not, and also that Battler hadn't backed down from this closed room game.
バトラの初手は予告通りの死体消失からよ。
As previously announced, Battler's first move is to have the corpse vanish.
次はエリカの手番。
Now it's Erica's turn.
どうぞ。
Go ahead.
後ろ宮バトラが生きていて、室内のどこかに隠れている可能性の提示です。
I present the possibility that Ishimiya Battler is alive and hiding somewhere in this room.
これを青き真実で宣言します。
I proclaim this with the blue truth.
無効だ。
Invalid.
それを青き真実で語りたいなら、具体的な場所を示してもらおう。
If you want to use the blue truth, give me a specific location. Poof.
前回のゲームの金蔵の書斎でベアトがそれをやって
In the last game, Beata did that in Kinzo's study,
ドラノールにめった打ちにされてたっけ。
and Delanor made Swiss cheese of her, right?
仕返しってわけかしら。
Are you trying to take revenge for that?
探し始める前に探さずに使える青き真実を一つ。
Before I start searching, I have one blue truth I can use without a search.
発見不可能な隠し扉 X の可能性。
There is a possibility of a hidden door X that's impossible to discover.
その中に隠れているため、私には発見不能。
He's hidden behind that, so it's impossible for me to find him.
ノックス第3条。
Nox's third.
秘密の通路の存在を禁ず。
It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist.
だったな。
Isn't that right? Look at him using the Nox's rules.
客室内にエリカさんに発見不能な隠れ場所は存在しません。
No hidden places that are impossible for Erickson to exist. Try that again. No hidden places that are impossible for Erickson to find exist inside the guest room.
ノックス第3条有効です。
Nox is third. Valid.
グッド。
Good.
では早速捜索を開始しましょう。
Then let's get started with the search. Erica slowly began to walk around the room. Until the end game had started, Erica had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. However, now that it had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits, where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting.
客室内を捜索した上でその構造を要求。
Now that I've searched the room, let's confirm its layout.
客室はベッドルームとバスルームの2部屋構想となっています。
The guest room is divided into two rooms, the bedroom and the bathroom.
エリカ卿は現在ベッドルーム部分のすべてを捜索しました。
Lady Erica has currently searched the entire bedroom section.
例外は1箇所のみ。
There's only one exception.
その一箇所は今は保留します。
I'll leave that one place be for the time being.
その結果、ベッドルーム内に異常は？
So, were there any irregularities discovered in the bedroom?
ありませんでした。
There were none.
例外1箇所を除き、ベッドルームに誰の姿もありません。
Except for one location, there's no one to be seen in the bedroom.
例外1箇所とはなんだ。
What's this except for one location business?
いやらしい言い方をせずに公表しろ。
Say it without being annoying.
伏せたカードは伏せたままだから意味があるんです。
There's a reason a face down card remains face down. It's so that it can play activated as a trap card during your opponent's main phase 1. Just a good old Yu-Gi-Oh card joke.
必要とあれば開きますのでお楽しみに。
I'll turn it over if it's needed, so look forward to it. After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erica headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And, since the guest room was made up of two rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the closed room. Except for that single location that Eric had intentionally left unchecked.
バスルームを調べます。
I'm checking the bathroom.
エリカ卿、
Lady Erica?
中から水音が聞こえます。
Sound of water can be heard from inside.
わずかに熱気もです。
Also, there's a faint heat. Oh, not the faint heat. Oh?
まさかシャワー中でしたか？
Don't tell me he's taking a shower.
鍵でもかかっています？
Is it locked or something?
いや、かかっていない。
No, it isn't locked.
開ければいい。
Go ahead and open it.
では、失礼させていただきます。
Just be careful, there's dripping noises in there. Then, if you'll allow me. Slowly, Erica put her hand on the doorknob on the bathroom door. She tried to push it open, but felt a strange resistance. Oh no, is it flooded? Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Oh no. Oh, from the slightly open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erica slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open. Huh?
何？
What? What? As soon as she opened the door, a hot blast poured out on her. Erica froze, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her, and hard. Yes, let's burn her let's scald her to death. What?
何ですかこれ？
What is this? From the creator of small bombs comes another desperate attempt at just saying something weird and having something weird to explain anything. This is Battler's final gambit. Flood the bathroom. have a bunch of hot water in there. What is this? What a crazy prank. Cursing, Erica wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was quite an elaborate prank. A wire fixed the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. There's gotta be intention to this. This can't just be, oh, I want to soak Erica as she goes into the bathroom. I gotta hope. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push the door open. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in a place high enough that Erica couldn't reach it with her height. Take advantage of her small stature. Honestly, no. You know what? I hope there isn't a reason for this. I hope this is literally just, okay, if Erica's gonna be an asshole and figure me out and I'm gonna eventually lose, I'm at the very least gonna try to humiliate her as much as I can. I will spray her with water. I will do grade school level pranks. I will get the final laugh. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that was also held in place by wires. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, she looked into the bathtub, which was overflowing with very hot water. She saw a bundle of wires and some nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used that, she could turn off the pressure. Ow, 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 ow. Damn you. The blanket she had used to protect herself from the shower was getting more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. Oh my god, this is literally, I don't know, what's the, is it like, this is like a truncated form of like Home Alone house. Alright, you're gonna want to find me? Alright, come in through the bathroom and I'll burn you to death. Good luck. Good luck! She needed to turn the water off quickly. Right next to the bathtub, she saw a hanging long-handled body brush. Yeah, this is essentially Battler going full Home Alone. He's like, all right, if we're gonna stop Erica from winning, we have to just torture her to death in this room. Right next to the bathtub, she saw a hanging long-handled body brush. Perfect. Erica used that to skillfully scrape the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it would probably have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal parts, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that. She finally managed to turn the hot water faucet, and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erica was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under running water. What a calamity. Would you like a bath? I could wash your face with this brush. Now I'm just thinking that all the clothesroom murders were Kevin McAllister traps. It all makes sense now. I appreciate the sentiment, but no. Oh, that's a shame. Erica had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. She turned off the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erica's heavy breathing. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She had to leave the bathroom until that was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day.
ふざけた罠ですね。
Now, that was a ridiculous trap.
しかしこれは検視時にはなかったものです。
However, that wasn't here at the time I examined Balor's corpse.
よってこの罠の出現により後宮バトラが生きていたことが証明されましたね。
Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushirmiya Battler was alive.
まあもとより死んでいるとも思っていませんでしたが。
Well, I never thought he was dead anyway.
バレているカードを堂々と晒してきたというだけの話です。
So he decided to openly show a card that has already been exposed?
ではバスルームの中を確認しましょう。
Let's check the inside of the bathroom.
バトラの姿は
Was Battler seen?
いいえ、
No.
バスルームに誰の姿もありません。
No one was seen in the bathroom.
グッド。
Good.
これで私たちは
Now we've confirmed that.
例外一箇所を除いて客室にバトラが存在しないことを確認しました。
Except for one location, Battler does not exist anywhere inside the guest room.
いい加減にしてください。
Give that a rest.
その例外一箇所とは
Just where is
一
this
体
one?
どこですか？
Just where is this one exception?
棺桶です。
A coffin.
後宮バトラのね。
Ushirmiya Battler's coffin, that is.
灰は灰に、死体は棺桶にです。
Ashes to ashes, the dead to their coffins.
この部屋で詰めるんだろ
You plan to trap me in this room, right?
う。いいぜ、
Okay,
キナ。
let's have it. A silence that was complete except for the rain was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you'd be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered on the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. It was finally time for her attack. Blue truth.
あなたはこの部屋から消失などしていません。
You did not vanish from this room.
姿を隠し、あたかも密室から消え去ったかのように錯覚させただけです。
You just hid yourself to make it seem as though you'd disappeared from a closed room.
隠れた場所は私がまだ調べていない例外一箇所。
The place you are hiding is the one exception that I haven't investigated yet. As Erica lightly raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her, flitted between the index finger and middle finger of Erica's raised hand, and became a white piece. Then, she lifted it high into the air.
その例外一箇所とは
This
ここ。
This is the one exception.
入り口脇のウォークインクローゼット。
The walk-in closet next to the entrance. Not the walk-in closet. Bang. Like a falling white lightning bolt. The white piece hit the board, landing by a weak spot in Battler's formation.
そう、ここです。
Yes, it is here. With a crash, the door of the closet, which was just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the blue truth. Delnor had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have pierced their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown.
ここしか隠れる場所はありません。
There are no places in which to hide other than this.
あなたは今、この中に隠れているのです。
You are now hiding in here.
どうですバトラさん。
What do you say, Battler-san?
心臓のど真ん中を一突きでまさに
Have you been struck through the chest?
スマザードメイトってところですか
For a literal smothered mate?
バトラさん、
Battler-san,
次は
it's
こ
our
ちらの番です。
it's our move now. He's like, yeah, I know. Thanks. Yeah.
やはりな。そうだろうと思ったぜ、エリカ。
I thought it'd be like that, Erica.
わざと一箇所を残し、相手を棺桶に追い詰める。
You intentionally left one spot open so you could stuff me into that coffin.
前回のゲームで金蔵を夏日の部屋に追い込んだのと同じ手だ。
It's the same move that trapped Kinzo in Natsui's room.
その手は読んでいたぜ。
I saw it coming.
おや、そうでしたか。
Oh, did you?
では、応酬をお願いします。
Then let's see your response.
しかし、予告します。
But let me make a prediction.
してみろ。
Let's hear it.
あと2手であなたをチェックメイトします。
I'll checkmate you 2 moves from now.
これが予告です。
That's my prediction.
なら俺も同じ予告だ。
Then I'll make the same prediction.
俺もまたお前をあと2手でチェックメイトする。
I'll checkmate you in 2 moves. Oh, it's getting spicy. Oh, it's getting spicy.
面白いじゃない。
Sounds interesting.
矛盾した予告だわ。
These predictions contradict each other.
嘘つきはどっちになるのかしら。
Who will be the liar, I wonder? The air burst and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin.
ではどうぞ。
Then go.
そちらの手番です。
It is your turn.
無駄です。
It's useless.
あなたたちの棺桶ごときでバトラさんを捕らえることなどできません。
Your lowly coffin won't be able to trap Badler-san.
これが俺の応酬だ。
Here's my response. Slowly, Badler moved his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that appeared from the darkness rested on Badler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Badler.
これがお前の言う。
This is my response.
バトラはクローゼットに隠れているへの。
To your battle. To your battler is hiding in the closet.
くらえ。
Take this.
後ろ宮バトラ、客室内に存在しない。
They can just make up rules whatever they want. Ishirmiya Battler does not exist within the guest room.
クローゼットも含め、一切の例外なくだ。
There are no exceptions, including the closet. Alright, he's claiming. Look at that. Like a black bolt of lightning this time, Battler slammed his piece down on the white piece of Erica's that had cut deep behind his lines, crushing hers. It scattered like a golden spray and melted beautifully into the darkness as a faint cloud of gold sparks drifted about.
そうか。まずクローゼットに隠れ。
I see. So he hid in the closet at first.
エリカがシャワーに気を取られてる間にこっそり部屋を抜け出した。
And then slipped out of the room while Erica was occupied by the shower.
前回のゲームで金蔵を書斎から逃した手法と同じだ。
It's the same technique he used to let Kinzo escape from the study in the last game.
観測者の観測をそらし闇に消える。
Distract the observation of the observer and disappear into the darkness.
グッと。
Good?
そうでしょうね。ええ、そうでしょうね。
Of course. Yes, of course.
読んでいますよ。その一手はね。
I'd already foreseen that move. Next was Erica's turn. A gold butterfly popped into existence in front of Erica, and she grabbed it right out of the air. She then lifted that hand into the air and raised the white piece high.
遡り手を宣言します。
Let me announce a retroactive move.
この部屋に封印を破って入った一番最初の時点です。
This occurs back in the very beginning, right after I broke the seals and entered this room.
あの時、私はすぐに扉を閉め、チェーンロックをかけ直し、この部屋を封じました。
At that time, I immediately closed the door, reset the chain, and sealed this room.
異議申請。
Objection.
事件発覚時にゴーダがチェーンを切断したはずだ。
Goda severed the chain back when the crime was first discovered.
チェーンロックが機能しない以上、チェーンロックでの封印は不可能だ。
Since the chain lock is not functioning, it is impossible to use it to create a seal.
異議却下。
Objection overruled.
エリカはチェーンロックを修復したのよ。
Erica repaired the chain lock.
ね。
See?
不可能です。
Impossible.
真鍮製のチェーンを どうやって修復するというんですか？
How could you have repaired a brass chain?
修復は可能よ。
It was possible.
ベアとも忘れたの？
Have you forgotten, Beato?
ガムテープの封印。
The packing tape seals.
エリカはね、そのガムテープで切断さ
Oh,
れたチ
come
ェーン
on.
の切断面両端をつないで封印したの。
Erica used the packing tape to join the two cut ends of the chain together, sealing them.
つまり封印によってチェーンを修復し、それによってこの部屋を内側から再び密室にしたってわけね。
In other words, the chain was repaired by the packing tape, and this room once again became a closed room locked from the inside.
イギ先生、
Objection.
エリカさんはすでにガムテープの封印を使い切ってるはずです。
Erica's son has already used up her packing tape seals, hasn't she?
もう封印はできないはず。
She shouldn't be able to use them anymore.
異議却下。
Objection overruled.
ガムテープの使用制限は回数じゃなかったでしょ。
The use of the packing tape wasn't limited by the number of strips, right?
部屋の数よ。
It was by the number of rooms.
3部屋までという場所の制限だけ。
The only restriction was to limit it to only 3 rooms.
エリカはその一部屋にこの客室を選んでるわ。
Erica chose this guest room to be one of those rooms.
だからエリカはこの部屋に何箇所でも、そして何度でも封印する権利を持つ。
So, Erica has the right to seal as many places as many times as she wants within this room.
そう
That's right.
俺がそう許した。
I gave her permission to do that.
これがあなたのおごりの代償です。
This is the cost of your pride.
情けとはおごる者が最も好む悪しき義
Sympathy is the evil liquor that the proud are most fond of.
というわけで
So,
遡り手により
with this retroactive move,
ガムテープの封印によってチェーンロックが修復されて元の機能に復帰していることを宣言します。
I proclaim that the chain lock has been repaired by the packing tape seal and has regained its original functionality.
そしてそれにより私は入室と同時に施錠を行い、この客室を内側より再び密室としました。
And, thanks to that, I locked the room upon entering it and made this guest room a closed room from the inside once more. The white piece Erica held aloft represented the seal caused by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine.
死ね、バトラ。
I know, name a more iconic duo than Erica and packing tape, honestly. I wonder if she ever learned to make, like... No, I was gonna say a wallet, but that's with, like, duct tape. Battler and incompetency? True. True. Die, Battler. The piece for the chain lock was slammed down right at Battler's king's throat.
復唱要求。
Repeat it.
今、このチェーンロックは施錠を維持している。
The lock created by the chain is currently intact. Battler's face contorted. Beato, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. I mean, I hate to bring it up, Battler, but you literally said that you were gonna checkmate her in 2 moves, and you're down to 1 move left. You better think of something quick. If his logic had been hiding in the closet until Erica left, using the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been undone. In other words, he couldn't respond to her demand. If he didn't respond, Erica would use the blue truth in her next move. She'd probably say, you hid in the closet, then use the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you then couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone, and she would be right. This was checkmate. As Erica had predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing Battler to solve most of the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle in this closed room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he responded to her demand? What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? That would be fatal to Erica. It had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a closed room from the inside. So, this hopeless closed room would instead become Erica's coffin. With a riddle of this magnitude, Erica probably wouldn't solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance before the end. Each unsolved riddle gives an advantage to the witch side. Battler wanted to respond to this demand if at all possible. However, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon logic saying that he had escaped while Erica wasn't looking. Once he escaped, he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. It would make a riddle to corner Erica, but he would have to construct a different escape method. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the scene in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say, under the bed, wouldn't work because he had proclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while preserving the chain lock's position, then Erica would be the one facing a fatal blow. However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error. The worst and lowest forbidden move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this demand was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erica would probably corner him. In that case, my choice is obvious. Battler-san!
この客室はすでにその密室性についていくつもの赤き真実でそれを保証してしまっています。
This guest room has already been restricted in many ways by the red truth due to its closed room nature.
それをどうやって脱出するというのですか?
How do you plan on escaping from this? If only I could do something about the chain lock. If only. If you could somehow get around the chain lock, he could force Erica to deal with the terrible closed room. Okay. I'm only thinking, I'm glancing back at chat, and I'm thinking this. Okay. I don't want too many spoilers about the Danganronpa fighting game, or not Danganronpa, goddamn. The Umineko fighting game. But are there ultimates in the game? And if so, is Erica a fighter, and does she use packing tape in her ultimate, her special move? Danganronpa fighting game would be sick, though. I'm sure there's some fan-made thing out there. There has to be. There are ultimates in the game. Okay, if Erica's doesn't involve packing tape at this point, then what are we even doing? Alright. If he could somehow get around the chain lock, he could force Erica to deal with a terrible closed room. It'd probably end up a finishing blow to her. But in order to do that, he would need to make a trick for escaping the closed room that existed before Erica came back, which was now the closed room sealed by the chain that Erica set right after entering the room. And on top of that, he had to make sure that the chain that could only be set from the inside remained in place. If he could do that, if he could find a way, then it would end here. But I still can't think of that trick. Right now, Erica's demanding to know whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I take that challenge or back it. Oh no, hiccups. And I need to do it right now. If I can find a certain win trick, then this is the end. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped, backing out of the fight. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error. Even if we lose the fight in this room, there will still be chances left to us. We still only started the second day, haven't we? We have plenty of time to reconstruct an impossible murder. No, that's no good. If I acknowledge that I escaped from this room now, it's the same as acknowledging that I'm the culprit.
このゲームの負けを認めるのと同じ。
If I back down from the fight in this room, it's the same as accepting my defeat in this game. Battler's point was a valid one. Since all the other humans were still locked in the guest house, then if Battler alone was alive and free to move, Erica would probably base her explanation for all the following impossible crimes on the blue truth that Battler was a perpetrator. If they wanted to forcefully turn that around, they would have to rewrite their tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler would be set up as a perpetrator. If they fixed up one flaw, it would give rise to new flaws, which might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler is the culprit, has already been hit upon. And yet, I have to struggle desperately to get out of this. I need to. I'm on the edge. I've definitely been cornered in a dangerous spot. However, if I can just change my position, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erica.
まさか復讐要求に応じるつもりですか？
Wait, are you actually going to respond to her demand?
チェーンロックを外さずに脱出できるロジックは終わりなんですか？
Cut-ins for some of her attacks have tape on them. Then that's going to be good enough. Acceptable. Is there any way to escape without undoing the chain lock?
ないです。
There isn't.
答えたら最後。ロジックエラーで直ちに敗北です。
If you respond, you'll lose instantly from the logic error at the end.
どちらを選べばいいかは明白。
It's clear which choice we ought to make.
そうだ、明白なんだ。
Yeah, it's clear.
どちらの手を選んでも、エリカの望む最悪の展開となる。
No matter what move we choose, it'll turn for the worst, just as Erica wants.
どっちを選んでも最悪だな。
If it's horrible either way,
勝った時、一番見返りのでかい握手を選ぶべきだ。
I'd like to choose a move that has the biggest reward if we can.
あんた脱出のロジックもないのに切り札もないのにレイズを受けるの？
You're going to call, even though you have no logic for escaping and no trump cards?
復讐要求を受けて勝負する気なの？
You think you can accept her demand and win?
俺の手札は役なしかもしれない。
My cards might be useless.
だがな、1枚入ればストレートにもフラッシュにも。
However, with just one more card, it might become a flush.
ロイヤルストレートにだって化ける手札なのだ。
Or even a royal flush.
降りても乗っても地獄なら。
If hell waits for me after both options,
勝った時、奴の息の根を止められる方を選ぶ。
I'll take the one that'll finish her off if I win.
狂気の一手だわ。
That's an insane move.
狂人は時に自ら死地に飛び込むから。
Sometimes madmen leap into the path of death.
奇跡を起こす。
And so miracles occur.
不可能です。
It's impossible.
どうやってチェーンを破らずにこの密室を脱出するんですか？
How could you escape this closed room without removing the chain?
英雄と異常者の差はたった一つよ。
There's only one difference between heroes and madmen.
勝ったか負けたか。
It's whether they win or lose.
あんたの大勝負拝見させてもらうわ。
I'll be looking forward to your big victory. If I can finish things off with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erica on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escape in this closed room. However, there has to be something. There has to. Once I think of that, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping out of the crack in the door like smoke. If I have even a drop of that mad magician's blood in my veins, please let that honor give me just a fragment of a miracle right now.
さあ、バトラさん。
So, Battler son. I'm trying to think if I should stop right here. Or is that too bad of a cliffhanger? You think this is good? See, my thinking was, all right. Well, obviously the music cutting out, but I'm like, okay, obvious. I mean, because if we go further, we risk potentially. If we go further, we risk potentially even more having to go. Let's call it here. Let's call it here. I apologize. It's a terrible cliffhanger to end on. I'm sorry. It's unfortunate. It's fine. It's fine though. We'll survive. I'll survive. Like I said, I'll think about when we're gonna play next. We are hitting, if we're to stay on pace, we are coming close to the end of the month here to finish episode 6. So, and like I said, I won't be able to do Tuesday night stream of Umineko. Or Tuesday, most likely, of any stream of Umineko. So, what we'll probably want to do is pick either Monday night or Wednesday night. I just don't know which one I'm willing to commit to. Actually, I almost certainly can't do Wednesday night. So maybe Monday night? I say that hesitantly. To see what Battler's plan is here. I'll have to think. We'll have to think of something. We're probably on decent pace. Oh, that's always tricky to say here around these parts, I feel. God, I suffered from it this past week where I was like, oh man, there can't be more than like an hour or an hour and a half left of Paranormal Site, and then end up being like 5 more hours. I don't know how that happened. Last month we did all right. That's true. Last month we did good. We were good. We were good last month, finishing episode 5 within a month. And there's been as much streams. True. No, I think we should be fine. I truly think we'll be fine. I think. We can do it. Let's aim for tentatively Monday. Monday night. It might not be super long. Maybe it will be super long. I don't know. Maybe we'll get crazy. Let's aim technically Monday night, because we can't do Tuesday Umineko. We'll do a wild Monday night Umineko for at least a bit. Set ourselves up. I don't know. I mean, if we're looking at the calendar, we have, other than today, we have one more Saturday stream of Umineko. So if we don't get to finishing by next Saturday, then we have to hit the panic button, and then like we have 3 more days in the month to finish episode 6. So I'm just saying, let's try to put some kind of dent in Monday night, tentatively, and then Saturday, a week from now, we'll go hard on Umineko, hopefully. I don't know if we're close though. I don't know how close we are. We had an extra, I think we did have an extra Saturday. I hate to admit it, but I think we did. We had 5 yep, we totally did. We had 5 Saturdays in September. So I had the deck stacked for me. So that's unfortunate. But it's fine. No worries. Does it look like I'm concerned? Trick question. You can't see my face. You don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Like I said, if you're a Umineko watcher, if you care to see live, let's go tentatively Monday night. Don't expect a crazy long one though, Monday night, but maybe something Monday night for Umineko live. And then we'll just wait till Saturday. So really, cliffhanger, won't be going on too long. Just, what, 2 days time? Less than 48 hours. We can see what Battler pulls out of his ass. I did mention that there will be more streams in general until the end of the year. True. Like I said, I have like you know, that I'm ready. Yeah, exactly. We get into November, December. I have like a break glass in case of emergency type like schedule I can put I you know, I could do. I'm ready to do it if need be. I will be there. I will be there. Me to the episode 8 credits rolling. I will be there before the 2024 rolls around, all right? I'm staking my life on it. Thanks so much for watching. Apologies about the about the mini rant there at the start of the stream. I was just feeling so passionate about defending myself. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed. I had a great Saturday night. Let's see. See you next stream, whether it's Umineko or something else. Have a nice Sunday. Have a great rest of your weekend. Until next Umineko stream or stream in general. So long.